26
Alright, lads.
laps. Oh,
I started
someone released early. I saw
Ryan!
someone release early.
That wasn't me.
That was me.
Oh no! Oh!
Yeah.
Ah! Who's got into me
You
there?
braked so early, sorry.
I didn't brake early.
You did.
No, I did not.
It's me and you, bro.
That's nonsense.
Yeah.
I was started so well. I broke nice and late there to come in, and then I get nailed.
What does DT mean?
Drive-through penalty.
Yeah, because you released early.
And just by the way, you can't go to the pits on your drive-through penalty.
Hey, I'm not the one who released early. It's
No, I got it.
it's Matt. You released early. You're like, I'm the fucking idiot.
Oh, sorry.
Well, Reese took
Shut
me
up.
out, so
What do you
I'm
mean,
trying to bring
shut
up the
up?
rear. Yeah, I'll try
Yeah,
and
I had
make
to
my way
get
back.
out of. I had to get out of the way of James, and I went like straight into the gravel.
It's fine. Maggots and Beckett's is my part of the track. Nobody does it as well as me.
Okay, all right. Yeah, as long as your head doesn't get in the way of your eyes there.
Leclerc's in my way. I can't get past him. There you go. Eventually. Ha ha ha. Now Albon, come here, lad. Reese nailed me.
Come
Could this guy stop doing this?
That's
Oh my
Graham,
soul,
we are
I've been
far
taken
back,
back.
yeah.
Latifi is such a problem. I hate him.
You said you are.
Oh my
Yeah, I
soul.
know.
Now I'm last again. I can't even get the car straight. Yes, I
I
am.
see rain.
no,
It's
no.
starting to rain.
It's starting to rain already.
Yes.
Oh, there's two, eh?
Well, we're gonna have to go in very soon.
Oh.
New strategy available. I already got it.
Yeah. To the inters.
Oh, that was a big break.
Oh, new strategy.
Yeah, everyone's got a new strategy.
Track still feels dry enough to keep going for a little bit.
Yeah.
How do you confirm the change?
Fuck, 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 fuck. Sorry, I'm sorry, I lost control.
Changed
I
my
lost control.
strategy and I wasn't even okay.
I'm still, yeah, I was also changing my strategy and then lost control. I'm so sorry.
Oh, fuck.
It wasn't intentional at all.
Whoa.
No, I don't know if I've changed my strategy or not. I don't know.
So Graham, you're not last, mate.
That's a surprise.
Yo,
Did you
I'm
try to change your
sliding
strategy
now.
in Maggots and Beckett's?
it's very wet. I should have gone in.
Did you
I mean,
seriously
it's
try
a
to change your
school
strategy
event, I
in
don't know
Maggots
what.
and Beckett's? Are you mad?
I was
What are we
alone.
thinking? Are we thinking full weights or what?
Are you also sliding?
Let's just put it this way. It sounds like there's a lot of chaos ahead of me, and I'm just chilling here on the inters.
What?
You
We
can,
have
you
to.
can slam straight
we-
into that thing. and
We
then
have
really-
to engage the clutch to go out of.
Yeah, apparently. Who knew? I didn't know this either, because I was chilling in the pits, like, what's happening?
So I like.
Enters.
I'm glad you guys said something because I didn't know. Oh my word, that was so bad.
Are you all in the pit still?
Yeah.
Let me come out ahead of all of you. Yes! Made up time. Woo! Yeah, stuff all of you guys. Ahaha. Well, I'm right on everybody, at least.
Oh my word, guys, find us some grip here.
Yummy.
X's were.
Hey, bro, you gotta trust your crew. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I wasn't gonna choose wet.
Trust your
Reese's.
selection.
Trust the boys.
I noticed the deliberate takeout in the beginning. Like Reese and I are challenging each other for like the championship here, and like it just takes me out. It's very like Max Verstappen, Lewis Hamilton like, isn't it?
Oh sure.
I think it's
It's totally
more.
on purpose.
Yeah, it's not actually that easy out here on the Inters.
Yeah, it's not.
It's not.
Reese is like, I'm fine.
Yeah, so put it on the car, it's not gonna help.
Noted.
My engineer just tuned me to pick up the pace. What the hell?
That's the cock funny. He's like, bro, what are you doing?
Eventually, I just try it.
Oh,
I was just getting given a penalty. What for? What did I even do?
such a gap.
Oh my word, yo, you cannot take that corner fast. There is no grip. Dude, don't, like, it's all of us.
I won't deny it, I'm taking these corners a little bit too aggressively and I'm going off the track quite a bit, hence the 3-second time penalty.
Probably.
Yeah, boy. Oh, take the corner, my mate. Ew.
Yeah, pretty much. We all started ahead of the air, and now all of us behind them.
Speak for yourself. Speak for yourself.
Ryan, I know you'll be behind the AI later, so it's fine.
Preemptive.
Yeah, I'm also hearing that.
Yeah, I'm also thinking, I was actually considering they're going in for full sweats.
Yeah, it'd be nice if Reese could maybe sort of not go
Right.
too
Hi,
far
that's-
ahead. Yeah. You know,
Brain's
it
getting
was
worse.
enjoyable following you. I could, you know, see your lines.
Reese, are you on full wets?
No, I'm on inches.
Okay.
Oh!
It is getting tricky though.
Dion fucked up. I'm gonna capitalize. Capitalizing.
Oh, it is.
Definitely getting wetter.
Yeah, I think the wets might be required out here, people.
I've never seen them go for wets.
I have.
Always go for inters.
There's traffic ahead of me.
Perfect job from you and the crew there, mate. We're
Whole
delighted
train here
with
that Young's about to join as well. Welcome, welcome.
Yeah, no, I'm literally, I'm just kind of chilling behind you guys.
Okay, stay clear of the white line on the exit. We'll receive a penalty for dangerous driving if you.
I'm taking this wide.
Dion, I'm on your inside. Don't cut in on me. So lame. I was getting so much pace into Maggots and Beckers and I had to deliberately slow down because these oaks are slow. Yes.
Who's these oaks? They are.
Dion and 2AI. Yeah. Slow pokes.
How's that feel, Dion? Being lumped in with the AI.
I mean, he's not wrong. Oh, he just went into the back of me.
Yeah,
I
he
feel
paced slowly.
like it's
Right.
getting a bit better, the
Yeah,
weather.
it's stopped a little bit.
Oh my word.
No, what is science doing to me, man? Piece of
Yeah.
shit. Did you see that?
Oi.
How did Young get ahead of you?
Because he's ramming me off the track, that's
What are you
why.
talking about?
No, mate, Young, I was watching that from behind. You literally forced the oak off the track. This looks like I'm nothing there, and you're just like, yeah, I'm just gonna turn
No,
left
it's,
into you.
it's, well, if that's the case, I'm very sorry.
Like, Dion had no track left, and just see Young going left. I'm like,
Because I had a drive through penalty, fuck you.
And whose fault is that?
The fucking Oakville who's charging that clock.
you still have a drive-through penalty.
No, I've taken it.
Took it on the first lap.
Yeah.
So how are you ahead of us? This is irritating.
Because I'm blitz, dude. But you know.
Clearly.
Because he put on inters in his drive-through bin.
Problem is I can't get past
No,
Dion because he just swerves everywhere when he drives. Good problem.
I am a problem.
Oh my god. 26 laps! Oh.
Of this.
See, I'm so quick here, but Dion is not quick enough, and it's the problem. I can't take him in maggots and beckets. It's a real problem. Like, look at how close I get out of maggots and beckets this oak. I literally made up a second. Oh,
Just pass me, dude. What's your problem?
I'll pass you now,
Stop
relax.
calling you Lewis Hamilton now.
Dude.
Yeah, how can you be Total Wolf then? Just, we know the car is bad, just drive.
Yeah. Stop the yapping. Do the driving.
Oh, Dion just made a move on Latifi. That was impressive, Dion.
Thank you.
Latifi's coming back at you though. It's on your inside, it's gonna take you. Ooh. Oh, he just forced you off a little bit there. That's quite funny.
Did. He literally came straight into me.
It's me as well.
Did anyone get a message from their pit guy? I didn't hear.
Yeah, I was trying to hear it, but Marcus was talking.
Yes, like Mark was
I think
talking
you
right
just
at
said-
Yeah, good. I'm just interrupting your conversations there. It's all good.
The right way. On the right, that's what you said.
We're on the right tires. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's what you
Is,
said.
are we sure about this? Because I'm not feeling it.
Yeah, no, it's
Look.
definitely Ince's wets will overheat. Wets are for torrential rain.
I feel like this is quite torrential.
Nah, it's barely raining, dude.
I'm feeling non-urban here.
I practiced everything on this track except overtaking, which is I think what I should have practiced because apparently that's the struggle right now.
Okay.
You went for weights and you didn't.
Didn't believe you.
Whoa, shit. I clicked the wrong button there. Did you take the risky?
I thought I was catching Reese, but I'm lapping somebody. I was like, woo!
As you being lapped.
I think about James is, you know, he's going to take those risks, so he gives us good information.
Yeah.
I literally saw you in my wing mirror, and I was like, let me not be that guy.
Yeah, don't be that guy.
James.
Don't pit.
Yeah, it's just
It's
getting
starting to
heavier.
rain harder.
No, how did that happen?
What did
Stay
you
out
do?
on those hards.
Dude, my car just like literally went,
Hard.
like, just like started drifting into
Sorry,
it.
stay out on the wets.
Did they stay out on the wets?
Stay out on the wets.
This race is irritating me.
So much for it's not the range of downpour.
It has got worse.
Just started raining harder.
It's quite torrential, if you ask me. A spider would be proud.
Check the MFD for new strategy option. Mad.
I'm selecting the strategy.
See, James, you had James had the vision. He was just a lap
Just
early.
way too early.
Okay, gaps at the
Ah!
57.3 seconds.
Did you guys also get that? It's not ideal, but we shouldn't go onto the different tire yet.
Oh, fuck.
My guy said come
I'm
to the
already
pits.
in. I'm already in. I just smashed into the back of who am I? Yuki Tsunoda.
Well, I'm catching
Yeah.
James though. So.
My strategy change was to come into the pits. That's what my guy said. He said come into the pits. It's too wet. Imagine.
Again.
I'm in a Williams. This is awkward.
Why are you in the Williams? Oh, Williams.
I'm in a
Supposed-
Williams.
I see what you mean.
He's within the Williams.
Yes.
Why
Must be
am I
told
not
it's
green?
lightning up.
Aren't green tires inters?
Yes.
So why the fuck did you put me on inters?
Maybe you selected that strategy. I just got another new strategy. Can these Oaks make up their minds, Oaks? Like,
Yeah, plus I just got another new strategy. Like, Oaks.
We need to slow down before hitting the corners. We don't want to get a penalty.
what happened?
Slid off.
I've just been told to stay out for another lap.
I'm trying to do this. Oh, I need to speak. It's on fucking voice activated. I'm like, what button do I? Did you put for wet, Reese?
Not yet. I'm gonna go this lap.
Yeah, I can't.
I couldn't make up my mind, but I think it probably would have been better for me to put the lap earlier.
I want Gioris.
Mark's still staying out.
Yeah, it's really raining now. Fuck. No.
Of course, I'm
It's the big risk, Dion. It's the big risk to try and make up places.
Okay, I think it's about
My
west, don't you?
yeah, my engineer said pit for wet, and then I didn't, and then they said, oh, it looks like it's clearing up. I was like, okay.
Oh, what? They put inters back on. Oh, what? I still
What a waste of a pit stop. I
Oh,
just leapfrogged everybody. Look at me in second now.
ah.
Yeah, okay, my engineer just came back and said the intermediates are starting to struggle.
Yeah, they are. I can confirm.
Yeah.
Even brand new ones.
I'm struggling to see is what I'm struggling.
Yeah, that's well.
The amount of rain on my
What's
windscreen.
the slap? I have to talk to this thing.
It's quite funny. Box. This is the race. Change tires,
Kinda cool,
inters. No, inters, not mediums, inters.
The fuck are you guys
Change
doing?
tires to wet. And hard. Wet tires.
Wet. Soft tire. No, wet.
Hey, wait.
Now it's giving me a weather report.
Okay, voice activation is also cool. Dude,
James is now like
this
nothing.
helicopter is still flying around in this weather. How is that even possible?
Dude, it's loving life.
I just crashed coming out the pits.
Oh, that's good.
Wild. I'm far away from.
Yeah, wait, so that car would be the one right now.
Yeah.
Okay, here's my
Jeez,
lunch,
put the
my lunch
weights on.
opportunity. Oh no!
Yes.
Check
Okay,
the
behind the
momentum.
AI.
Strategy option.
Behind everybody.
Copy.
We'll have to do 2 pit stops.
Yeah, I just got the same thing now. Wants to change my
Let's
strategy
feel-
again.
Let's feel much better out here.
Oh no, fuck me. I'm having a disaster now, guys. This is really gone tits up.
Don't worry, I'm right behind you. No, I'm not. Kusno, man?
On the table.
Okay. Never remember.
By the couch.
By the couch.
I think he's talking to his
Government.
girlfriend or otherwise.
Yes.
Government.
His government.
Okay, go
Mark,
ahead.
you've got a 3-second time penalty.
I do. We don't talk about it. Got that like in the third lap of the race.
Jan, what are you on?
Nicholas
Latifi
Latifi
is
is out
out.
of the session.
Wait, bro.
Are you on wet?
No, you.
Right.
Are you kidding me?
I
I
just
was doing
passed the
so
pits.
well.
I just
Right,
passed the
drop your
pits.
speed. Our delta's too low, and we're going to risk a penalty. Slow your pace immediately.
Bro, and... Dude, and Matt has literally just gone into the pits to put on wet. Like,
Yep.
what a power move.
There's a
Yeah,
new
that
strategy
works.
available on the
I can't overtake the safety car because my delta's too low. It keeps saying overtake the safety car. I can't because I just crashed into the safety car. I just gave it a proper like wind up the rear. Good. It was like past the safety car, but then like my delta was saying, no, you're going way too quickly for the delta. I'm like, well, what do you want me to do?
Because this delta is so slow.
Ridiculous. Oh my god, I like literally accelerate and then the
Yeah. No, it's ridiculous.
Come on, catch
No man,
it.
I literally just braked and
you
it's
take a
27.
corner
Dude.
on the racing line and it's a problem.
Dude, the delta just literally like I braked, like notice I'm decreasing speed and it
Whoa,
decided,
is
no,
that
no,
a
now
safety
you've gone
car?
over it.
That is a safety car parked off on the side of the track, yes.
So that means you can go past him.
Yes.
Right, cool.
This delta thing is really pissing me off.
I'm like
Oh,
a
now
second
it's-
behind it and then you like go around a corner at
And then you're, like,
anything
way
faster
ahead.
than 80.
I know.
And now I'm 2 seconds behind it again. Yep, and now I'm 0.5 seconds.
He's like,
You gotta love
I
it.
can't with this delta thing.
I am going 120 and I'm catching the delta.
Okay, as soon as you cross the line, the delta gets.
Thank
taken
God.
away from there.
That was a fantastic stop. Fast
It's
as
taken
we were
away.
expecting.
Like
Yeah.
you don't have the
Literally
delta, so you
catch
just have to
safety
catch
car.
the safety car. Thank God. Let's go. Full throttle so I can get ahead of this car that's coming out of the pits. Yeah.
well, why don't you put on inters twice, then wet?
Like Ryan, yeah.
Like me, yeah.
Fast. Reduce your pace.
Or you could just be like me, change to Intus and just stays on the same tire the entire time.
Yeah, no, when you cross the finish line it goes away.
Because I want to point out what my engineer went and said, which is the fact that the rain is looking like it's going to clear up in the next 5 to 15 minutes.
You said that to me as well as lying past it.
I've been asking mine and they haven't said that once.
I've just been given another new strategy. Like another new strategy.
Another one.
That's really the fact that we're only halfway through this race.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, I've caught Reese.
I've catched.
Catched, you know. My tires are old, there's no denying it. But this is the great escape here. From 9th to 2nd. Sorry. Carry on.
Okay, finally.
There's a safety car coming in.
No, they're still catching us.
Oh. I'm just busy fixing. It's not mistake.
This is a very, very risky maneuver by me, but you know what? I back myself.
Yo, I can't actually drive this. I'm letting my AI drive it. It's very annoying, I'm not gonna lie.
It's gonna be real struggle this, but oh well.
Can you tell me when the safety car's coming in?
It's coming in.
Oh, it's there. Right.
You join the queue.
I'm back.
I don't think everyone's in the queue yet.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, do you want me to hold it up a bit?
No, go.
No, go.
No.
Reese, do what you want, bro.
Here we
I'm
go.
gonna overtake you if you
Last
don't.
one's here.
It's going to take a while for the track to dry
Oh,
out.
sliding out there.
Splitting out.
Two.
Oh! What the hell?
Whoa!
Who drove into me? Dude, one of the AIs drove straight into the back of me.
Leclerc, maybe?
Are you kidding me?
I've been
Yeah.
lost my life. That's what happened to me early on.
Yeah, that always happened to me. Oh, now I went all the way to 10th!
I'm being overtaken by many cars.
I have no grip now for some reason.
Oops.
Probably
Pick the
full
tyres.
tires.
Pick the tyres, yeah. Time's all up.
Yes, I can't believe it. I was in 5th.
Yeah, well, again, I was 2nd. Now I'm 10th.
It's like
And
they're overtaking
Tsunoda
me at a
came
rate
back.
of knots here, everybody. Oh my word, no!
Tsunoda came on the track from crashing into you and then took me out.
It was Tsunoda who drove into the back of me.
Yeah, I think so. Fucking tires the changes are we gonna have to make.
I should have pitted.
I told you.
Gap to the car in front is 40.7 seconds.
I've committed now. I've got to commit. Oh, there goes Young.
Fucking idiot, man. Why did that do that? Oh, Jesus, that's my race.
No, it's not quite.
Wow, almost.
You've got 11 laps still, and you're right behind. Relax.
Close, yeah, you're right. So,
Plus, I'm holding everybody up, apparently. Oh, is it just me or has it stopped raining?
No.
Oh, no, there's no.
Now it's getting worse.
No. There's some parts of the track that's still raining, other parts
yeah,
not.
raining heavily.
Like this
If you
part
go
is
over
raining
the-
proper, but some parts are dry.
If you go over the curbs in the wet, does it like slide you out?
Yes. Yes.
I definitely felt.
Struggling out here on the inters here. Don't force me off, Graham. That's not how it works. Oh, shit.
Oh, that's karma, bitch. Fuck. I thought I was pulling a really slick move there.
Yeah, you thought so, and then you stuffed it up properly. Matt tried to overtake me, and it could have out. Cheers, mate.
I think it was Graham, wasn't it? Because I just saw Graham.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was
fly
saying. He tried to sneaky up the middle. I was like, hey, mate, I'm literally there. You can't force me off. I thought they said that rain was getting lighter.
Don't lie.
They really
Clearly.
lied.
Get out of the way!
Piss off. I will not concede this position. I am Fernando Alonso. You shall not get past me. No, he tried the switcheroo. Oh, you can't force me off the track.
You went into me.
How did I go into you? I'm going
Well,
to back
it's
you now.
Tsunoda.
I'm just going to send you spinning. Warning. That's your warning. I'm going to go straight into the back of you now.
Are you losing places here, bro?
A lot. It's a real problem. I'm still in the inters and we're losing. I was second. It's so slow.
It's time to pit, bro.
No, because I know it's getting dry soon, apparently.
Maggots and Beckets is drying up slightly.
There is hope yet. Get out the way, wet car. Yeah! Made an overtake with Inters. Woo!
Just slightly.
I thought you said Maggots and Beckles was drying up.
And it was
hella wet.
Yes.
I suppose you're like 40 seconds ahead of me, so... Yeah.
Yeah, it's been time for actual rainfall since then.
Yeah.
I think we need to talk about your definition of drying up.
I can't risk coming in for wets now. I've committed. I'll lose too much time. Problem is I am holding up people, and also like my people just overtake me. I'm going to end up last anyway, so I should have just pitted. Could have stopped raining.
It is. It's starting to ease out.
Damn well better be. I can't do
It
this.
probably is. Like, we could need dries before the end of this.
Damn right we could use dries.
That means the Inters are going to be useless anyway.
Yeah, that's fine. Just means everybody else has to pit as well. Yes.
That's
Do
how
it.
works. I didn't hear what he said.
New strategy. What's the new strategy? Still for the wet tire. Dion, you shall not overtake me. I will hold my position. My tires are at 70%
You're only allowed one
degradation.
move, bro.
I will hold the inside line. You will not take me into Maggots and Beckett's. My freaking Braveheart here.
I can see that, yes. Take someone else in.
If I stay in the middle of the track, you can't overtake me. Ha ha ha.
Jeepers, I've got signs overtaking me again.
Your tires have any grip left in them, Mark, and this might come back to you.
It is currently. I'm catching Sonoda. They don't have much grip in them, but it's enough. I'm also pulling away from Dion again.
That's because I'm driving like an idiot.
Yeah, that's still. Oh yeah, now it's suiting the Inters. Come here, Sonoda.
Are we
Yeah.
gonna go in?
Yeah, take that place back from Sonoda. Piss off, you little Asian little thing. No!
Oh,
He's coming
Crash
back at me. Damn it.
crash
Bloody
him.
angry
Crash
Japanese
him.
guy came at me. Come here. He is a very angry Japanese person, though, to be fair.
Yeah.
I mean, they moved him to Italy, to where the base is for AlphaTauri, to try and like calm him down and get him more used to working with the team. Clearly, that does not help.
Does nothing with him, apparently. Dude, this oak just tried to ram me off the track. That's how angry he is. I am pulling away from Dion again, though. It's quite nice. I've taken Sonoda. Ha 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 ha. Well, he's right on me. Yarr. Come on, hurry up and dry. Hurry up and dry. Hurry up and dry.
What's the time efficiency, Alex? What's the thoughts?
Are we group deciding this?
Yes.
You're not brave enough to just go for it.
No.
I'm struggling on wets.
I'm backing
Yeah,
the soft
I
tire.
know.
I'm backing the soft tire. Yeah. Do it.
Yeah, I'm
Good
looking
now.
at stops and trying to work out, do I hold out the wets and then try and wait for dries, or do we go with pizzas?
Thinking the same thing. That's surprising.
Yeah, but you're in a horse, so you would think that. Alright, I can try and make these places back up. I see Ryan is in my scope and he's losing time to me now. Ha 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 ha.
going in painters.
Yeah.
I think painters it is.
Yes, I cannot corner anymore.
Yeah.
Understood. Copy that.
So I'm catching Young and Albon ahead of me very, very quickly here.
Yeah, bro, he's not on the way. Oh god.
Yeah. Is it dry enough?
Dum da da dum da da dum 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 da da dum dum dum.
What's this lap?
What the fuck?
Oh my word, Young just got
God.
absolutely wasted by Albon.
Whoa!
Literally,
Hey, she got the softs.
I was fifth and now I'm fucking... I was third actually now.
We got.
So annoyed then.
Dude, just gooi her back fast there.
I've got the oldest tires known to mankind on, but I'm making it work.
What? That was
Okay.
rubbish. That was
Okay.
rubbish.
You just gotta be quick, pal. You just gotta be quick.
Oh, that's so much better. Fuck.
Oh god, yeah, you're right. Oh,
What have you gone out onto?
painters.
Unlike James on his softs.
Good. So clearly with me at my 3-second time penalty, I'm firmly in 4th right now.
Actually racing. This rain screwed me up so bad.
Yuki screwed me up so bad. Yeah, I feel that, dude. The words just have nothing at the moment.
You should start getting more comfortable now, James. Should be dry enough.
You can't afford not to go off the line on softs right now.
No, if I have to change to slicks, you're gone. Catching the AI. Ooh. Watch out.
Well, it's certainly been an interesting race in terms of strategies and things.
Just doing what everyone else does.
Tracks officially dry. First sector's dry enough for slicks.
What's over there?
Oh, now they want me on softs.
You should go for it. Go for it. Go for it.
No, I should probably, shouldn't I?
Yeah.
Just take that pit stop.
I just said the thing, stop button.
Actually, there's 2 laps left. Are we really going to change tires?
Yeah, Marcus.
Yeah, 100%.
He's not.
Helps to be a minute ahead, doesn't it?
Yeah, you can do what Verstappen did.
Oh my word. The tires are on 90%. I mean, on 90 degrees Celsius. That's a problem. Fuck, it's dry. Oh my
My
word.
tires are 95% degradation.
DRS
Oh, wow.
being enabled. Are you kidding me? In the last 2 laps. Oh, and I'm running out of grip. Are you kidding?
Reese, did you go off?
Yes.
I'm right on your tail and you're on wets. Oh yeah, let's go. I'm on all tires, you're on wets. Let's see who can win. Oh no, flip, the tires are losing, they're losing their grip. No!
No, I had a tank slapper earlier.
I'm losing grip to my tires because they've just got nothing left in them. Leclerc and Gasly are gaining on me now. No! Can I take it to the end of this race?
Okay, commentator.
Dude, quite genuinely, at this point in time, it's quite freaking difficult. The tires are gone, the tires are gone. It's like not Lando Norris. It's broken, it's broken! I'd fought my way back up into second and now the tires are giving me up on me. No, can't have it.
Although he's going to finish way ahead of me.
No issues with the tyre wear for now. Keep taking care of it.
Oh, DRS, you lifesaver. You can get away from Gasly. Oh no, Gasly, it's off. It's off. It's-
Oh no, I thought that was the last lap.
Come
It's
on.
fine, Reese. You cannot afford to lose to me on these tires. I've got no grip.
Can your tires pop?
If they can, they probably will. Stay tuned. Yeah. Reese and Leclerc are not far away. They're only 2 seconds ahead of me. And Reese has lost the place to Leclerc. Leclerc is winning this Grand Prix out of nowhere.
I have no
James,
grip on the
James
tires.
taking fastest
I don't have
lap.
grip on mine either, so we'll challenge it to the end. We'll see who's got less grip as we get to the final stages here. Maggots and Beckett's left, and then the final couple of corners. Can Reese and I make it in terms of not crashing? It's coming down to this. Oh my word, I've gone so wide.
Who's behind me here?
Yeah, James pulling out fastest laps all of a sudden.
That was his strategy.
No!
Yes! 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 Come on!
Fuel remaining. 5 laps of fuel left.
I'm so confused as to who's behind
No!
Mark.
No, I've fixed you back on. Just gonna cut some grass here, just mowing the lawn, you know. Damn it! I could have taken you. Why did you cut in on me though? I was definitely halfway alongside you.
Charles Leclerc won the race.
Oh, damn it. I could have taken Reese. The replay shows literally in the second to last corner, third to last corner. Oh. Fuck. Wouldn't have mattered though because like I had a 3-second time penalty, so. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Forever Motorsports on Forever Sports for the Forever F1 podcast. All the Forevers in that opening title there. We're joined by Reese and, of course, myself, Mark, here to talk about news from the past week and also reminiscing over the weekend we just had in Austria and looking forward to Silverstone. Talk, of course, with those track limits. Was an unbelievable thing for all the penalties that were given out over the weekend and yesterday, as well as Mercedes being a big talk and their rather horrid weekend and what could potentially be another horrid weekend this weekend. Some infighting perhaps at Mercedes, otherwise replacement drivers for rookie drivers, all these other things, teasers for cars and otherwise. So lots of news to get into. And Reese, how are you doing? How do you feel over the weekend that just took place?
Yes, I'm doing well, thanks to yourself, Mark. But yes, that race weekend was just dominant yet again from the Red Bulls, just Max in another league to all of the other drivers. It was good to see some close racing, though, between the Ferraris and the sister Red Bull, at least for a few laps in the race, but Max just making it look too easy out there.
Yeah, so just going back over, we have got a review, of course you can go check that out, but Max Verstappen won, Charles Leclerc came second, Sergio Perez up from 15th, finished in third, Lando Norris probably the one of the standout drivers of the day, finishing in fourth, and that's a result of all these penalties that came after the race. I mean, unbelievable the number of penalties that were given out afterwards. Carlos Sainz, one of those few drivers that was severely punished for his track limits, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it really was not a good look from Formula One. We don't want to see the race result being changed hours after the race. We really do need to make some changes to this track to limit these kind of penalties from happening, because it shouldn't be happening. Yeah, it's not good.
Yeah, so as a result, Fernando Alonso moved into 5th position as well, so he got some more points there for the Aston Martin team. George Russell and Lewis Hamilton still finished 7th and 8th. Carlos Sainz then pushed all the way down into 6th position. Lance Stroll finished in 9th. Pierre Gasly 10. Alex Albon 11. Guan Yu Zhou 12. Logan Sargent 13. Esteban Ocon, also one of those who received a few penalties after the race, finishing in 14th. Valtteri Bottas 15. Oscar Piastri 16. Nick de Vries in 17th. Kevin Magnussen 18. Yuki Tsunoda 19. Also with those penalties during the race, though, to be fair. And Nico Hülkenberg, who obviously didn't finish the race. So, I mean, they basically said straight away after they gave all those penalties, FIA said, that they're going to look for a solution for this track. I mean, why did it take them yesterday to make that decision? When we knew last year it was a problem. We knew that track limits has always been a problem at this track, and it's always the same two corners. It's turn 9 and turn 10, right before the start-finish straight. Why is it that it took so long for them to say, oh, okay, now we're going to try and create a solution for this?
I mean, I really don't know. I think it's because the FIA has been changing hands quite a few times in the past few years. It takes time under new management, of course, with Mohammed bin Sulayem, I think his name is at the moment. They are making some good changes, but it does take time. Hopefully they do make a change before next year, before we come back to this track, because we don't want to see this happening again. It's
the fact that, I mean, yes, it adds a little bit of drama, I suppose. Don't get me wrong. It adds a little bit of drama, but all
the biggest joke was giving Hülkenberg. The biggest joke was giving Nico Hülkenberg a black and white flag.
I know.
When his car was retiring, he got given a black and white flag for being all four wheels over the white line. I mean, that is just hilarious.
I know. It sums
his
up
car
the
was
FIA.
pretty much on fire.
I know. It sums it
up.
So we finished that, with all those track times, and that's certainly something they're going to look forward to changing next season with regards to Austrian track in Spielberg. But Mercedes, I mean, we talk about some of the drama that happened yesterday. We had Toto Wolff on the radio, not just once, but twice. He's not normally on the radio in races, and he spoke to Lewis Hamilton directly over the radio twice. Once when Lewis Hamilton was just complaining yet again about this car not performing, and this car so slow, man, and all this. And Wolff came onto the radio and said, Lewis, the car is bad, we know, just please drive it. I mean, it's like very firm, very straight to the point, as in like basically saying, stop complaining, get over yourself, and race the damn race. We'll talk about it afterwards. So like very much, I think heated conversations probably had in Mercedes right now. It was not a good day for them yesterday at all. And even Lewis Hamilton, after the race, he was asked in an interview, says, what happened with regards to possibly provoked Toto Wolff to deliver that remark. And Hamilton's response was also not so sweet. He says, "I don't know." He said, "You will have to ask him." So clearly, at the time, it wasn't all 100% in that Mercedes team. I mean, Toto Wolff played down the comments, and that's what this article says. He's playing down the impact of his remarks that he made over the radio. And he says, no, not at all, with regards to whether or not he had severed a relationship a little bit with Lewis. He says, no, not at all. You should hear us talking on the phone and meetings each other. That was nothing. We've had a bad weekend, all of us in the team, and that just makes us stronger. Not quite sure why. It was only for the best interest of the driver and the team. Sometimes there was a certain moment when you need to calm things down, but I meant well. We had a lot of discussion about track limits and whether they were enforced or not. I wanted to make sure we were getting the best out of the package that wasn't performing and trying to give it our best shot. So basically, as we said during the stream, Toto Wolff came onto the radio just to get Lewis back into the mind space of racing, to stop thinking about all those track limits and, get your head down, get to the end of the race. We'll fix it afterwards, basically.
Yes, I mean, I think it shouldn't have too much of an effect on the relationship between Toto Wolff and Hamilton, for sure. I mean, we've heard much worse in the past between them. Some people, I'm sure, will try and make a story of it at the moment with them in contract negotiations, but yeah, it should be fun within that Mercedes garage.
So yeah, I mean, I've got another article with regards to Mercedes, because it just was, unfortunately, the Mercedes problem of the day. I mean, Lewis Hamilton started quite high up the grid, and George Russell started in 11th. Not the best, but we were expecting them to motor up the grid relatively quickly in terms of George Russell, at least. It just wasn't the case. They finished 7th and 8th, respectively, and really not good enough, I think, for Mercedes. We thought they'd made a change and they'd turned a corner for the season in Canada, and then came to Austria, and it just didn't work at all. And Toto Wolff, as I say, calls it a bruising day. So certainly a bit of a step backwards after announcing major upgrades for this weekend, and then Silverstone, which is coming now. So, I mean, should Mercedes be concerned?
I mean, you would think they would have data for a more high downforce track from when they ran their upgrades first in Monaco, but clearly they weren't ready for a circuit like Austria, where other teams already have data from the year before. They are still, you have to remember, on the back foot from switching to their B-Spec car. So it may take them some time to really dominate at every race, but we are still seeing those glimmers of hope in, I think, high-speed circuits.
Yeah, and also we were looking at the grid generally and found that maybe it was to do with their engines and high altitude, because all the Mercedes engines seem to not perform as well as they have been in very recent times, at least in the last couple of races. Aston Martin also weren't fantastic over the weekend. The only Mercedes engine that seemed to work somewhat was Lando Norris. But then again, they weren't really fighting anybody else, because the Ferrari engines and the Red Bull engines were well ahead of everybody else. The only reason Sainz finished behind Lando Norris and Fernando Alonso, of course, were those time penalties afterwards. But otherwise, the Ferrari engines and the Red Bull Honda engines were they seem to be working better than those Mercedes engines. Do you think it was due to altitude that they maybe struggled?
I mean, you can never really know, because I think you'll only know if you are in that Mercedes garage. But we've seen in the past how Mercedes have struggled at altitude, so it's always possible. But yeah, it may just be because they were still struggling to get to grips with their new upgrades.
I mean, and in response to an interviewee and his questions, Wolff went and told Sky Sports. He said, the car had no pace today. It's a bruising day, I would say, because we had such a good upward trend, and you have to take such a day. There was no pace and no inkling why yet. So that was also interesting to note from Toto Wolff. He doesn't actually seem to have a potential reason. And Russell also says the Mercedes was substantially worse than expected. And when he was speaking to some people from Sky Sports, he said, didn't expect to be as bad as we were today. I didn't really have an answer for it, really. It was definitely surprising. Sorry, this was Hamilton that was speaking here, and says the feeling of the car was very much the same feeling I've had all last year. It was definitely different than the last two races. The last two races were way, way better in terms of the characteristics of the car. It was fundamentally the same, this race being Austria, as last year when Mercedes were, of course, so terrible. So a few surprises out there. were Lando and McLaren did a really great job, so well done to them. We need to understand what went wrong on our side. And this is Lewis Hamilton speaking, of course. So, I mean, yeah, they just seem very dejected.
I think there will be after having a few race weekends where they have done quite well. I mean, Spain and not necessarily doing too bad in Monaco, but seeing a little bit of a glimmer of hope with the B-Spec car, but then really just being disappointed, I think, here in Austria. Hopefully they'll find their feet again in Silverstone, because, I mean, it is their home Grand Prix. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what happens.
Yeah, and speaking of days that would basically wanted to be forgotten about, I mean, we also go and look at the likes of Nick de Vries. Now, Nick de Vries is very much a big talking point, and the fact that we are coming towards silly season is pretty much silly season. We're starting to head into the potential changes in drivers should they not be performing, and one of those big names is Nick de Vries, who we expected so much this season in that AlphaTauri, and yet has really struggled to deliver and has barely delivered at all. And in an article here from Planet F1, it goes and says Nick de Vries' F1 career ultimatum reportedly set as a replacement is lined up. So Ted Kravitz has, however, heard rumors that suggest that Christian Horner actually does intend on replacing Nick de Vries, even after he came out and said there are no plans to currently replace him. And the likes of Liam Lawson, of course, being talked about, one of the reserve drivers for Red Bull. So Ted Kravitz went and said this. He says, Nick de Vries, he really is driving to survive. All the bosses will say this. Will say about this. The rumor that has come out about Dutch press that Nick has been told that he's got the next 4 races on circuit. He knows here, this was Austria, Silverstone, Hungary, and Spa to really transform his season. Otherwise, he's out. They're going to put Liam Lawson in. That's the rumor that's coming from the Dutch press. So, I mean, there's always a little bit of flame from a little kindle of a story. There's always something that's sparked it. So there's always a hint of truth somewhere that must have created the story. So, I mean, do you think there's any truth to this?
I mean, Red Bull are so cutthroat. We've seen in the past how they've just chopped and changed drivers in the main team, never mind the sister teams. So, yeah, I think it may be very true. Sometimes when we hear stories like this in Formula One, people just write it off. But when there's smoke, there's fire. So, yeah.
And interesting here is Franz Tost was asked directly about this in the pen, and he said it is up to Nick to make the story go away. So he didn't really immediately go and say, "Oh, there's no truth to the story whatsoever. We Nick's backed or whatever." But said, it's up to Nick to make the story go away. In other words, it's up to his performances. So maybe it is indeed that he's been given a few races to perform, or otherwise he's going to get given the axe. And so it's certainly dangerous times for Nick de Vries in that AlphaTauri, because Liam Lawson, of course, is standing in the wings, ready to take over. And, I mean, I just find it so surprising how Nick de Vries has been so good until he got into F1.
It is really interesting because, I mean, he's won in Formula E, done really well in the junior formulas, and just can't find his feet in Formula One at the moment. I think there's a lot of pressure on him after... I think he did really well in that race where he stood in, was it for a Williams last year in Monza? I think it was.
He stood in for someone who was sick. Yeah,
I think it was Albon when he had appendicitis.
Yes. Yeah.
And he did so well, but he's really struggling in the in the AlphaTauri team. So I don't understand why.
Yeah, it's a very big mystery, and we'll see what happens over the next few weeks, and of course we'll bring that news to you as it comes, should anything happen with regards to drivers. Another driver who we've said all season is very much under the cosh, that of Logan Sargent. He actually did all right yesterday, coming in 13th, so maybe a little bit of a fight back for his own place in that Williams team. So, I mean, do you think he's done enough just to sort of calm the rumours down a little bit for now, or do you think Logan Sargent is still very much in that danger zone of being replaced?
He's done really well at this track in the past, apparently. So maybe it is a little bit of a show of what he can do in that car. Not finishing too far off of Alex Albon.
Yeah. So Logan Sargent, one of those drivers who's obviously being dubbed possible replacement coming up for him. AlphaTauri's Nick de Vries, the other one. The other rookie that we haven't talked about is Oscar Piastri. Now, he didn't have a good race at all yesterday. finishing far down the grid, whereas his teammate Lando Norris finished in 4th position. So, I mean, we've said that Piastri seems to have done enough to solidify his place, and that he probably does deserve a seat in Formula 1, but would you almost say that he still really needs to work at it, considering the fact that his teammate is doing so much more than him?
Well, you can't really compare the two at the moment, with Lando Norris's car having substantially more upgrades in his car. His turn will come in Silverstone, though. I think he didn't have a great weekend altogether here. Didn't he have a bit of a scrappy start, and then he was brought in as well quite early for a pit stop, if I remember correctly?
Yeah, not a good race weekend for Oscar Piastri, but as I say, he hopes to maybe fix that this weekend in Silverstone. Nobody's really going for the axe for Piastri, so he's safe for now, but certainly needs to get a move on to try and catch his teammate Lando Norris. Now, in other news completely, before we go on to a couple of spoilers and other things that Reese has got for us, Max Verstappen has talked about the 2026 plans and the car plans for 2026, and he's described them as pretty terrible, which is a little bit of a concern. This is based on what he's heard from his engineers. So, just reading here, I want to find. I just want to find Max Verstappen's response to the whole thing. Oof, my word! There's so much writing, and I seem to have lost it. But I mean, they're basically just talking about the 2026 cars, hoping that they will improve. But it basically seems to suggest that the upgrades and all of the changes that have been made to the car are going to make it very awkward to drive, is what he said. I would prefer to control it myself. He says, they've got these active aerodynamics, which you can't control, and the system will control it for you. So it's becoming very, very system orientated rather than the driver itself. He says, of course, when you're behind someone, maybe you need more front and more rear, these kind of things. But if the system starts to control that for you, I don't think that's the right way forward. Plus, weight is going up again. So yeah, we'll have to seriously look at this, because 2026 is not that far away. And at the moment, to me, it looks very bad from all the numbers and from what I see the data already. So it's not something I'm very excited about at the moment. So, for us F1 fans, who most of us are looking forward to 2026, seeing brand new car changes, hopefully it's going to provide for a much more compact grid and more competition. Do you think this is a concern?
I think it certainly is. Max, interestingly enough, looks like he gets quite interested behind the scenes and chats to his engineers about where the sport is going. I think it also helps him decide whether he's still interested in staying in the sport or not. But it definitely tells us as fans that we should be a bit worried with the rules and the regulations not necessarily pointing in the correct direction for good racing.
Yeah. And Reese, you've got information about this weekend coming in Silverstone, which we are all very, very excited about after it was teased on Twitter. So tell us more about that.
Yes, well, I have a article from crash.net just saying McLaren have teased the return of their iconic chrome livery ahead of this weekend's British Grand Prix. Certainly very exciting for me, as that livery is just such an iconic look for McLaren. And we remember Lewis Hamilton being so dominant in those coloured cars back in the past. And McLaren have gone and done this by changing their logo on their Twitter page to a McLaren logo, but it's all in chrome. And also releasing a video of Lando Norris peeking through a door, looking very excited about something. They don't necessarily show what it is, but we assume that it is their car for this British Grand Prix.
Obviously, it's the British Grand Prix, McLaren, a British racing team. And Lewis Hamilton brought so much success to Britain with that chrome, that beautiful, beautiful McLaren car, that chrome and red livery, and was, as a couple of people I know have talked about it as being like one of the most iconic F1 cars that's ever been, and that ever has been made and ever been raced around. So if McLaren do indeed, and we're fairly certain they are going to come out with that special chrome livery, it's going to be so special to watch, and I just hope they can back it up with a good performance as well.
Yes, well, just a little bit more about this. McLaren last ran a chrome or silver livery at the start of 2015 before moving back to their black livery that they ran for a few years. They then ditched the papaya. Well, they ditched black for papaya in 2017 and haven't changed it since. But also a reason for them possibly going to a chrome color this weekend is because they have a sponsor, Google Chrome, and they've also teased the chrome colors with Google, well, hashtag Google and hashtag Chrome on their Twitter.
Yeah, so I mean, I suppose having Google Chrome as your sponsor is really going to help for that sort of special livery to giving out the Chrome livery. So that is very, very cool. And I think we're going to start wrapping up the podcast here. So Reese, do you have any final news for us?
Yes, just a little bit about this next race. We have a new wheel arch being trialed in the British Grand Prix, and this arch is to reduce spray on the cars in wet weather races. We don't necessarily know how this is going to be implemented in Formula One. I mean, you can't necessarily fit the car if it's already dry out on track and then it changes to wet. You can't necessarily fit it mid-race, I wouldn't think. So I wonder if it's only going to be seen in wet races or going to be a permanent fixture on the cars.
Yeah, and of course, that's quite ironic that's come out at a rather terrible time. Of course, over the weekend, we did see in Spa a horrible, horrible incident there. And yeah, I mean, is it almost in poor taste that they release it now, or do you think it's a good thing that they go and announce these plans now to release essentially stuff that should minimize spray for these sort of conditions to avoid such crashes happening?
Well, I mean, it is a good time always to release things that could help racing and could help the safety of racing as well. I mean, Max Verstappen has said in an article as well, we should be cautious to blame Spa, the actual circuit, for the crash and for the death. I mean, we haven't really seen many crashes in that area where he crashed. He didn't crash at the exact same place that Antoine Hubert tragically lost his life, I think it was 4 years ago now. It was also down that main straight, but not in the same manner that it happened for Antoine Hubert. Yes, it was because it was extremely wet. But yeah, unfortunately, these things do happen in motorsport, and we do need to move to make these junior formulas even more safe.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely terrible news over there at Spa over the weekend. But hopefully, as I said, Formula One announcing these... sorry, what do they call it again? The exact terminology?
I've just closed the article. They lack wheel guards or mud guards on the back of the rear wheels to reduce spray.
Yeah, so hopefully the introduction of that should minimize those sort of incidents from happening in the future. So it's a good thing that it probably was announced, and we do hopefully see a great benefit in them in the future, and they will be tested out here at Silverstone. And guys, don't be scared to go and subscribe to the channel, like the video, and turn on notifications for all future uploads. We will, of course, be doing a preview on Thursday for this weekend's Silverstone Grand Prix. We're very much looking forward to it and all that could happen there. So I won't talk too much about it today because, of course, we'll preview it on Thursday. Otherwise, Reese, any final word before we head on out?
No, just hoping we'll get some good racing in Silverstone. It's been a good track for racing in the past, so hopefully it should be an exciting race weekend ahead of us.
Indeed. Guys, thank you so much for watching Forever Motorsports. I've been Mark, Reese has been Reese. Again, subscribe to the channel. Really, we're going to aim for 30,000 by this weekend. Anyway, see you all then. Cheerio. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Motorsports on Forever Sports for the British Grand Prix preview. I'm joined by Reese and we're going to look forward to what's happening this weekend in Silverstone as we get to one of the most famous and most anticipated tracks on the F1 calendar, of course the British Grand Prix. Reese, we're going into this weekend, of course Max Verstappen yet another win last weekend in Austria, and Ferrari and were dealt a bit of a bad hand with regards to Sainz getting time penalties, but otherwise seemed to do all right, but weren't quite as quick as the Red Bulls. We saw Aston Martin struggle a little bit, Mercedes coming up as well, but not really doing very well either. So it was a bit of a harsh Grand Prix for most, but otherwise, what could we expect as we get to the British Grand Prix?
Yes, well, it certainly was a difficult Grand Prix for the majority of the grid, especially with all of those time penalties added at the end due to track limits. Hopefully, we will not be getting a repeat of that this weekend. We'll have to wait and see whether drivers are just going to be as strict as possible on those track limits as to not get any more penalties like they had last weekend. But yeah, I think Ferrari certainly will be wanting to keep the momentum going through to this race weekend in Silverstone. Mercedes will be wanting to pick up the pace a little bit, especially at their home Grand Prix. They'll be wanting to get on the podium here. McLaren seem to have some good pace as well. We'll be seeing Oscar Piastri getting that set of upgrades now that Norris got in Austria. So hopefully those two will also be able to compete for the podium places.
Yeah, and of course, British Grand Prix here, we've got some stats about it. You know, it is one of the most highly anticipated, and I do laugh because Sky Sports goes and says, why Silverstone's the best Grand Prix in the calendar? I'm saying, of course it's the best one for you guys, you're British. So, yes, but it is, to be fair, one of the most anticipated and one of the most enjoyable races and one of the most watched races in the calendar every year. That is the British Grand Prix. Largely also because the time zones are very good for most people to watch, as well as it is right in the home of where most F1 races have come from and where some incredible races and teams all come from. You know, of course, this has been dubbed a home Grand Prix for quite a few of the cars, lots of them based in Britain as well. So, yeah, it's going to be a very, very cool Grand Prix. I've just got some stats here about it. So, it's been held 77 times and was first held in 1926. That's the British Grand Prix. Most wins, Reese, come on, take a guess.
Ayrton Senna.
No. So teams.
Oh, sorry, teams. Mercedes.
Yeah. No. Of course not. Ferrari. Yes. Ferrari seem to have the most wins at almost every racetrack as a result of them being in F1 for so many years. They've got 18 wins at this racetrack. It's quite a few. Most wins though goes to home driver Lewis Hamilton. He's had 8 wins here in Silverstone. Now, hopefully, you can try and maybe attempt to get his 9th. This weekend. It's going to be damn difficult for him, but he's definitely going to try it out. Laps, there will be 52 laps. The race length is 306 kilometers. It's a long track. It's a bit of a longer track than most. It's 5.8 kilometers, so almost 6 kilometers in length.
Yes, interestingly enough, the Silverstone Grand Prix is the 5th longest track on the Formula One calendar at 5.8 kilometers. As you said, Spa-Francorchamps is 7 kilometers, Jeddah is 6.1, Las Vegas is 6.12, and Baku is 6 kilometers on the dot. So 5th longest track on the Formula One calendar.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a longer track, and we also went and did that. We do a gaming stream, and we go and race around in anticipation of the weekend that comes. And you do just feel there's a lot more turns, of course, you have to think about for drivers. And it's far more difficult in terms of making sure they get the perfect lap. So I think qualifying could be very interesting. Not only that, it's obviously in Britain, summertime Britain, which means that we are likely to probably have a bit of rain maybe, or otherwise it's Britain, as I say, so rain is always a possibility. So that could
be the third weekend in a row with rain.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're going to wait and see. So it's looking like it's going to be a great weekend of racing. And do you think this could potentially be the first weekend without Red Bull on top?
Well, I mean, I've got some stats for Red Bull this weekend. Max Verstappen is set to make his 150th race start this weekend, so he'll be wanting to have quite a good weekend off of that. As well as though for Red Bull, they are, of course, doing so well. And I think I did see a stat here. I might have just lost it. No, here it is. Yeah. If both Red Bull drivers secure a podium result at Silverstone, it would mark the team's 250th podium in Formula One, which means they've become only the 5th team to do so after Ferrari, McLaren, Williams, and Mercedes. So Red Bull will be wanting to have a good weekend here. I think Max Verstappen certainly has the pace to do it. He's been so strong the entire year. So strong, in fact, in Austria that he was able to make a free pit stop and just get the fastest lap for fun, really.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is Red Bull are so dominant this season so far. So it could be a very historic weekend for the Red Bull outfit. Max Verstappen, his 150th race start, and Red Bull potentially in their 250th podium in Formula One. So a big weekend in store for Red Bull if they can pull it off. But of course, this is the home circuit of Mercedes, Toto Wolff's team. They know this track very well. Lewis Hamilton knows this track exceptionally well. It's a home Grand Prix for both their drivers. So both drivers are British, so it's the only team with 2 British drivers. So it's going to certainly be the entire crowd will pretty much be rooting for that Mercedes team. I was going to say the Silver Arrows, but the Black Arrows, I suppose you can call them now. So, do you think they stand a chance? They're bringing a lot of upgrades, supposedly, as Total Wolf says, and also it is a much lower altitude racetrack, which means that hopefully their engines should be fine as well. So, can they compete with Red Bull?
Well, I think Hamilton will certainly be hoping for a good weekend off the back of Austria, where he was just so frustrated with track limits, as well as the car just not performing how he wanted it to. He didn't have a great practice session, didn't have a great sprint race either, and then qualifying was, again, dismal. I mean, Hamilton has always started in the top 6 at Silverstone and finished within the top 3. So, I mean, ever since the hybrid era with Mercedes. So I think he'll be wanting to keep that record going, but whether he can, it will be quite difficult.
Yeah, so Lewis Hamilton at home, can he go and compete with those Red Bulls? He doesn't only compete with those Red Bulls, though. He does have to compete with the likes of Ferrari, who seem to be making a bit of a turn in their season. I grant, not as quick as they'd like, and I think a couple of small things still keep hindering their chances. But Charles Leclerc, very comfortable second place in the weekend, and Carlos Sainz did finish further up, but in 4th position. But then obviously penalties took him down into 6th, which is a bit harsh, but nonetheless, it's ultimately what happened. So they had a decent weekend there, and they had a very good weekend in Canada after starting 11th and 10th, finishing 4th and 5th. So they're moving in the right direction. So they finished 4th and 5th. They're now finished 2nd and 6th. Would have been 2nd and 4th. Could they potentially challenge Red Bull?
I think off the back of Austria, they seem to be quite confident in not only high-speed circuits, but also in circuits with a little bit more downforce that is needed. So I think this track is a mixture of both. So it could certainly suit them quite nicely. Charles Leclerc will be wanting to do well. He's very confident around this track. In the past 5 races that he's done here, he's finished in the top 4. So, I mean, I think he really does enjoy the circuit and does quite well around here.
And also another team that seems to be dropping off a bit in terms of where everyone's basically been watching and hoping they'll do well is Aston Martin. I mean, what are they going to look like this weekend?
Well, they've been better at higher speed tracks, so hopefully they will have a bit more pace around here. I think they've also got a big upgrade package coming, if I'm not mistaken. I know they did bring a big one to, it wasn't Spain, Canada it was. So hopefully they can bring a few more bits of upgrades to this circuit and just get a little bit closer, because they have fallen off the pace a bit.
I mean, Fernando Alonso is normally a quick qualifier, and he's a quick qualifying driver, and yet he's struggled to get anywhere near the top 3, top 4 positions in the last couple of Grand Prix. I mean, it's a circuit he knows well, of course. He's been in Formula 1 many years. I mean, what are Aston Martin's chances? I mean, if we just had to predict where they'll finish up, because we know Mercedes are bringing upgrades, we know Ferrari are improving, it's Red Bull, of course. Where's Aston Martin fitting into this picture?
Well, to be very realistic, Aston Martin is, of course, mostly held on the shoulders of Fernando Alonso, so he would be our most likely podium sitter for Aston Martin. And Alonso hasn't stood on the podium here since 2013, so it's a bit of a tall order for him to get on the podium here, but if anyone's going to make it happen, it is Fernando Alonso.
Yeah, and of course, another British team. I mean, we talk about Aston Martin. It is a British team, essentially. It's the British car company, of course. Mercedes are based in Britain. Alpine are based in Britain. Red Bull is run by a British man, Christian Horner. And we've got McLaren. Now, we talk about McLaren. It's also a British brand and things. So lots of British influence here in the British Grand Prix. The orange, I say the orange McLaren. It's brought a special livery for the weekend, a chrome. It's disappointing considering what we thought it would hopefully be, but they're bringing
it's not too bad, I don't think.
But they're bringing the special livery, the chrome and orange livery, for this weekend. I mean, they did very well in terms of Lando Norris, at least last weekend. Do you think they could be like the dark horses of the weekend? McLaren seems to have turned a corner in terms of their pace. Their pace has ridiculously changed.
Yes, I mean, at the beginning of the season, they were nowhere, and now they qualifying really well and getting consistent points finishes. So hopefully they'll be able to fight for the podium a bit here. I mean, we saw Lando finishing in P4 with those driver penalties at the end of Austria. But on pure pace, it looks like that he is able to match the Ferraris very soon.
Yeah, and what's also interesting is McLaren seem to have found race pace, which is the big thing that they've been struggling for as well. So it's a really, really cool Grand Prix, hopefully, going into this, because it could be anybody's race. Of course, Red Bull are still firm favourites, but not by as much of a gap as they have been throughout the season, I think.
Yes, it's definitely fallen from what it's used to be. They've become a lot more competitive. I mean, if we look at... you're still talking about McLaren, correct, Mark?
Well, just generally, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have picked up the pace a lot from the beginning of the season to now. I mean, they were finishing pretty much 19th and 20th at the first 3 or 4 races, and now Lando's doing really, really well.
Yeah, so I was just saying more like all the teams, it's going to be quite a competitive Grand Prix with regards to Red Bull. Still firm favourites, but all the other teams, it's they're much closer to Red Bull now. So, I mean, how much could Red Bull win by, or is it going to be a slam dunk?
I think it's still going to be a slam dunk, unfortunately, Mark. I mean, Red Bull, you say that the other teams are getting closer, but Max was 24 seconds ahead of Leclerc in Austria, and that was, if I'm not mistaken, there was a safety car, wasn't there?
Yeah, just right at the beginning of the race, though. Right in the beginning, second lap.
Then it would have been maybe a 30-second gap.
No, I think it might have added an extra second. But anyway, it's absolutely fine. Red Bull's still a very strong outfit, of course. But let's hope and let's see if anybody else can sort of get anywhere near Max Verstappen in that Red Bull. Of course, they're still competing with Sergio Perez, though. But we'll see what happens this weekend. Now, in other news, Brad Pitt is putting together a movie, an F1-inspired movie called Apex. Everybody's very much looking forward to it. And they've revealed the car ahead of the Silverstone Grand Prix. Yeah, I mean, it looks incredible if you guys go and have a look on social media or otherwise. I mean, how excited are you about this film?
I mean, it's certainly going to be quite exciting to have some filming taking place on a race weekend. It's something we've never seen before. I'm sure the film will be very good. I think Lewis Hamilton is a co-director of the film, so he will be making sure that it does stay true to what motorsports is. So it should be very interesting. I mean, we've seen other movies in the past, like Rush, based on Niki Lauda and James Hunt. That was a brilliant film, but there were just a few little inconsistencies to real life. Hopefully, with Lewis Hamilton being involved, it should stay a lot more true, because I think it is slightly based off of his life story.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, we move swiftly on, but yeah, Lewis Hamilton is a co-producer in that film, and he wants to do the sport proud, and he's nervous of what people might think of it, but he wants to try and keep it as true to F1 as possible. So we all look forward to that as it comes, hopefully in the future. And yeah, very much looking forward to that. And as I say, go and have a look at that car. It looks very, very good for what they're trying to do. And
gold and black, it certainly looks very, very great.
Yes. And now we go on to the F1 calendar has been announced for 2024. And there are going to be 24 races in 2024. The Chinese Grand Prix has returned, and every other race in this season's calendar remains. So we've got 24 races, but it's quite a bit of a different schedule. We see the Japanese and Chinese Grand Prix come right near the beginning of the season rather than near the end, as they always have been. So, I mean, have you seen the schedule? I mean, what do you make of the schedule?
I have seen the schedule, and I understand now. I have done a little bit more digging into why they have set up the schedule in the way that they have. It's mostly for logistics. So we start in Bahrain, then we go across to Saudi Arabia, then down to Australia, and then Australia. And then I think while we're in Australia, the stuff from Saudi Arabia and Bahrain is getting sent across to Japan, which is the next race after Australia. Then we go to China, quick logistics move from Japan to China at least. Then all the Australia stuff would have been sent across to Miami in America. So then the teams will fly out to Miami for race 6. Then by then, the stuff in China gets sent across to Emilia-Romagna in Italy. As you can tell already, it's extremely, extremely crazy logistics that get involved in Formula One. So from Emilia-Romagna, Italy, we go across to Monaco, then Canada. So, of course, all the stuff that was in Miami gets sent across to Canada. which is why we jump in continents quite often, because you need to give the logistics time to move from race to race. I mean, we can keep going across the rest of that calendar, but I think you get the gist of it now.
I mean, the problem is that with that entire logic with regards to logistics is that it's not really logistical, is it, though? Because if you think about it, we're going Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, then you're having to send stuff to another country completely in advance, and you can't take everything with you. Whereas if you'd start a Grand Prix basically going across the world, you know, in a manner that just basically aligns as it goes across,
But
wouldn't that be a bit easier?
The whole reason they're doing it is to try and reduce carbon emissions, so they prefer to send stuff before time instead of moving things back and forth the whole time.
But wouldn't really necessarily be moving back and forth if you started, for example, in Japan, then went to China, then went to Australia, then went up to Singapore, and then went, you know, if they just went across the whole world like that.
You say that, but you have to understand sometimes not everything is sent by air. Some of the stuff is sent in advance via shipping containers. A lot of the stuff for the paddocks, all of that, like the wheel guns and all of that stuff, gets sent a lot more ahead of time. So that stuff takes a lot of time, especially to races like to Australia and to the Americas, Qatar. I mean, it is a bit of a logistical nightmare, which is why they have partners like DHL.
Yeah. So the F1 calendar, 24 races in 2024. It's going to be hellishly busy, and all of the Grand Prix are very, very close to each other. There's barely a break at all. The first break we only see in August next year for 3 weekends, and then we immediately return. So it's not exactly like it's...
I mean, it goes all the way to I think it's the 8th of December is the final race in Abu Dhabi. It really does go right to the end of the year.
Yeah, so
it starts in March and ends in December.
February, technically, because the 29th of Feb is the Friday. So
it
I
didn't see that. I saw
in February
the race
and goes all the way to the 8th of December. So a very, very long calendar in F1. So we're very much looking forward to that as F1
we say
fans.
It starts at the 28th of Feb. Don't forget we have pre-season testing as well.
Exactly. So lots and lots of Formula 1 action coming to us in 2024. But we are still in the 2023 season, and just a little piece of news as well with regards to one of your favourite drivers, the fact that Mick Schumacher has completed his maiden McLaren F1 test in Portimao. Now, the former Haas driver Mick Schumacher has conducted a test with the McLaren Formula 1 team in Portimao as part of his 2023 reserve driver role. Schumacher took the wheel of McLaren's 2021 MCL 35M car on Wednesday as part of F1's so-called TPC rules, which allow tests with 2-year-old machinery. The test is part of Mercedes' arrangement of sharing its test and reserve drivers with McLaren, which takes customer engines from the German manufacturer. In previous years, it had agreed a deal with Mercedes to call upon Stoffel van Doorn and Nick de Vries in case it needed to replace one of its race drivers. For the 2023 season, that deal was extended, with incoming reserve driver Schumacher being made available if either Lando Norris or rookie Oscar Piastri is unable to race. So he went and completed the Portimao test and got up to speed with how the McLaren works, having not worked with the working team before. So he's getting around the block now. He's tested himself in the Mercedes car. He's now gone and tested the McLaren. So certainly still staying within Formula 1.
Yes, certainly still being very, very active within Formula 1. Often we see him on the grid, sitting behind Toto Wolff, looking over his shoulder during a race as well. But I mean, even when we don't see him, he is still extremely, extremely active in the Mercedes simulator, doing a lot of work for that Mercedes team to be able to fast-track upgrades and do setups for race weekends. So his job is extremely, extremely important, even if us, the public, don't see him.
Yeah, so Mick Schumacher getting some good practice, I suppose, in the McLaren. So he's ready for any possible thing that should happen to either Mercedes team or the McLaren team. Reserve driver for both teams, of course. And yeah, we're about wrapping things up for the preview this weekend in Silverstone. Very much looking forward to it. Reece, do you have any final comments here going into the weekend?
No, just the fact that Max Verstappen is doubling down on his Formula 1 2026 rules criticism. Pretty much just saying get rid of hybrid engines. That's certainly a bit of an interesting development from Verstappen, who has spoken out against the 2026 regulations following his victory last weekend at the Austrian Grand Prix, declaring that the new cars look pretty terrible from what he has seen in Red Bull's simulations.
Yes, indeed. And we did go over that a bit on Monday. So, yeah, go and check that video out as well. We went into more depth about what Verstappen was making out of those 2026 cars. And Toto Wolff has, however, since come out and said that it's absolute nonsense. And that he reckons the 2026 cars will be fantastic for overtaking and will do the jobs as necessary. So we've got the head of Mercedes versus Max Verstappen's opinions with regards to 2026 cars. The only way we'll tell is in 2026. So
I was going to say the exact same thing. How about we all just keep quiet and see what happens in 2026, then we can make decisions.
Exactly. We've still got 3 years left in the current model car. So let's just actually enjoy the present right now. Anyway, guys, that wraps up our preview for the Silverstone Grand Prix. Let us know in the comments your predictions for who's going to finish in the top 3. And I'm going to ask Reese just before the end of the video as well for his top 3. But otherwise, leave a comment down below, like the video, and do be sure to subscribe to the channel. So, Reese, your top 3. Go.
I'm going to try and mix it up a little bit. Yeah, I'm going to say Verstappen, Leclerc, Hamilton.
Okay, I was going to do
I think Hamilton gets on the podium this weekend.
I was going to do the exact same prediction. So,
well, no, you can't. Change it up.
So I'm going to change it ever so slightly. And you know what? I'm just going to throw a spanner in the works and somehow Red Bull mess up this weekend. It's not going to happen. But I'm just going to do it for the sake of it. Let's put Hamilton first, just for old time's sake. That'll
win in 2 years.
Yeah, that'll be a big thing. And at Silverstone, so that'll be a big thing. Hamilton first, Max Verstappen second. Or maybe Max Verstappen crashes out. No, he won't. Hamilton first, Verstappen second, Leclerc third. Those are my predictions. And again, let us know in the comments. And also join us this weekend for all of the live watch-alongs and commentary through every single session. We'll start, of course, tomorrow with Practice 1. F3 and F2, of course, also happening this weekend. So we'll be running those as part of the build-up to each session. Thank you guys so much for watching Forever Motorsports. I've been Mark, Reese has been Reese, and we'll check you again later. Cheerio. Don't get angry, it's just that we're literally about to start because it's supposed to be live. Just cheer up, please. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Motorsports on Forever Sports for Silverstone, the Silverstone Grand Prix weekend here. Of course, the Great British Grand Prix in, Reese is joining us and, let us know where you're watching from, who you're backing for the weekend. We're just about 1.5 minutes away from F1 practice 1, free practice 1 that is. And we're going to take you through the whole session as well as all the other sessions during the weekend. Reese, how are we doing down in Durban, ready for the race weekend?
Looking forward to this race weekend as we do see some cars now making their way out into the pit lane. Lewis Hamilton, though, still in his box. He's getting strapped up into his car at the moment. A lot of upgrades, though, coming this race weekend. I've got a whole list of all the upgrades that have been brought here. Interestingly enough, though, Mark, Ferrari, the only team not to bring upgrades to Silverstone.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a surprise, and I suppose it's as a Ferrari fan, you're going to be quite upset about the fact that we're not having any upgrades from Ferrari because we thought that they kept improving every weekend. In Austria and Canada, they were much better than they've been recently, and so you're thinking going into Silverstone is going to be a great race, and then they've not brought any upgrades. So will they be able to actually compete without those upgrades?
Well, you say it's a surprise, but I was kind of expecting it because, well, last weekend out in where were we? Austria. They did bring quite a big upgrade package, so it certainly seemed to have worked, and they don't necessarily need to bring any more upgrades for this race weekend. Hopefully their car is competitive enough as it is. Just looking at the McLaren, though, at the moment, that very, very striking new chrome livery for the McLarens, also a new livery for the Aston Martins and the Williams out here at the moment.
So what's quite interesting, Reese, just to see right now, as all the cars are lining up to get out for practice 1, is they've all got those metal struts attached. A lot of the cars have got the aero rigs attached to the cars. So clearly they need to make some serious adjustments for this track. So lots of I suppose data finding in this session to come, as it's just begun and we've got an hour left of this session in Silverstone.
Yes, a lot of aerodynamic testing will be happening here in Silverstone with, of course, all of the teams bringing big upgrade packages. Red Bull, having a little look just behind their front suspension, they have brought a new, let me look at my list, they have brought a new front corner, which is circuit specific. I don't know what a front corner is, but maybe it is just to do with the shape of their front wing and maybe their suspension. But let's just go over all of these upgrades that have been brought here to Silverstone Red Bull, with one upgrade, as I said, the front corner, which is circuit specific. Mercedes have brought 2 upgrades, a new front wing end plate and a new front wing, both helping with performance. McLaren then with 4 upgrades, with a new front wing, a new nose, rear corner and rear suspension, all for performance gains. Aston Martin then with 2 new upgrades, with a front wing and a rear corner. Both of these are circuit specific. Alpine with 1 upgrade, a front wing, which is also performance gaining. Alfa Romeo with 5 upgrades on their car, a floor body, floor fences, diffuser, rear corner and rear suspension. Haas then with 3, front suspension, front corner and beam wing. Williams with 2, front wing and rear wing. Then AlphaTauri with the biggest upgrade package of the lot, with 8 upgrades to their car, a new floor body, new floor fences, new floor edge, a new diffuser, new engine cover, new rear suspension, rear wing and beam wing. And then of course there is the Ferraris with nothing.
So AlphaTauri has bought a new car, basically, is what you're saying.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
They've designed a new car for this race weekend.
Perfect. I absolutely love it. They have been rather dismal, considering where they should be. So hopefully this weekend they're going to be fantastic to watch. And just seeing in the comments here, a whole lot of people starting to comment. And welcome to all of you joining us on the stream. Let's keep it going. Like the video, subscribe to the channel, turn on notifications for future videos. And I'm just going to read through the comments we've got here. Carmen predicting Max Verstappen in the first, Hamilton second, and Norris third for the weekend. Joel Simon is joining us from Guyana. He's predicting Lewis Hamilton, Perez, and then Max. We've got Stefan also saying greetings from South Africa. Claymore saying greetings from Mallorca. And I think it's Mallorca or Mallorca. I'm assuming it's Majorca. I don't know. Welcome anyway. And then Thea also saying that we aren't streaming together this week. No, we're not. We are back in our separate locations. So we will be in different cities for this weekend. But nonetheless, we'll bring you Grand Prix action as it comes. And this weekend, we're very proud to say that Bitdefender is partnering and sponsoring this weekend's Watchalong on the channel. So please be sure to go and check out the link in the description for Bitdefender, as well as if you're looking for a way to watch the Grand Prix streaming for free and completely legally, go check the description as well as an instructions video on exactly how you can do that. And you can go and get Bitdefender with a bit of I think you get a little bit of a discount by using that link as well. So all these partners being joined together, so fantastic to go and see all these partners joining the channel. And I am obligated to read out Bitdefender's fantastic offering to you. So Bitdefender is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks to transform and improve their digital experience. With Bitdefender Total Security, you can protect up to 5 devices, whether it be Windows, macOS, Android, and iOS. Bitdefender has you covered with unbeatable threat detection against malware, spyware, and adware, and it does this without slowing down your devices. If you want to learn more about Bitdefender's Total Security, then please click on the link in the description and in the chat. A big thank you to Bitdefender for supporting the channel and sponsoring this weekend's British Grand Prix Watchalong. Yes, and practice is underway properly. And Reese, some times have been put on the board?
Yes, some times have been put on the board. So far, we have Hamilton at the top of the time board, Sainz behind him, then Russell, who was on quite a quick lap there. He is in third. Norris moves himself up now to second position, and Tsunoda moves himself up to fourth. I think it should be, interestingly, Gasly now moves himself up.
I'm seeing these timings just changing rapidly. Max Verstappen's on a fast lap here. He said 2 purple sector, sector 1 and sector 2. He's on hard tires. He doesn't have anything tracking data on his car, so it's just going to be some race simulations here. And he's going to cross the line in a 1:30.4 with 55 minutes left of the session. So a great lap there from Max Verstappen, our current championship leader.
Yes, a good time from him. I can still beat that, though, in Formula 1 22, so he'll have to do better.
Yeah, has to do better.
But I think he is on a set of hards, so that will be him possibly just doing some race runs at the moment. That is what I think we're going to see for the majority of this session, medium and hard tyre running. We have also got some new tires being brought into this race weekend. We don't know whether that is to possibly bring the grid a little bit closer to the Red Bulls, or whether that is necessary just to manage tire degradation throughout the race weekend. That is certainly what Pirelli are saying. But whether we'll see the tire favoring other teams, or whether Red Bull will still be years ahead of everyone else, we'll have to wait and see till Sunday.
And also, whilst you're on the tyre topic, it's quite an interesting thing, because I was listening to the interview just before the start of the race, and the Pirelli representative there, speaking about the tyres being brought in for this weekend, the reason they brought them in is because of how high the tyre degradation is from these cars and the performance they've got, and saying that these tyres were originally going to be... So, the tyres were originally going to be only used next season. They were being tested for next season, but they've decided to bring them in today because they said that their reckon tyre degradation for this weekend is going to be so high. Sorry, Reece, you're saying?
That's very, very interesting that they've been able to fast track the tyres by essentially a year. I mean, normally they have to do a lot of testing before they do implement these tyres onto cars, but clearly being confident enough to have introduced them already. Someone saying there in the comment section, Apex. What is Apex? Good question. Apex is a fictional Formula One team that will be, I won't say participating, but they will be doing some demonstration runs, I guess you could say, around the track, because they will be doing some filming for the new film Apex, which Lewis Hamilton is a co-producer of. Brad Pitt is one of the stars, and they'll be doing some running around this track this weekend. Very exciting to see. I mean, Silverstone essentially becoming a film set.
Yeah, it's and literally live with all the crowds, so it's going to be fantastic to see that. And be sure to go and check out some of the things. Otherwise, after each session, to go and see and catch up with what's happening with Apex around Silverstone. Looking at the comments here, I've got Dominic saying Ferrari also has upgrades, but since they brought these updates to other races, not using, they don't have to show it on the list. Yeah, but we know every week we've got upgrades coming, so you understand. These are all listing new upgrades, not just upgrades to the season, new upgrades. So Ferrari haven't brought any new upgrades to this racetrack as many of the other cars have. Quite a few people joining us from around the world. Hi from Singapore, from the UK, from Somaliland.
Question.
Yeah, sorry.
Question from Miriam in the comments there, just saying, hi, I'm a newbie here. Can you tell me which practice gives us the results and positions of the final race? So practice, we have 1, 2, and 3 practices. 2 today, 1 tomorrow, and then qualifying later tomorrow evening. Qualifying then gives us the positions that they will start for the race on Sunday, and then of course Sunday is the main event, the main race, which will deal out all of the points.
Yeah, so that's exactly how the whole weekend structure works. Thanks, Reece, for that. So yeah, I've got also got a couple of people. It's an interesting question here from Thea, or Tia, I don't know how to quite say your name, apologies, saying, who's going to be driving the Apex car? Now, that's actually going to be a bit more of an interesting one, because I think Brad Pitt is the one driving it, yeah.
Yes, they have 2 drivers. I can't remember the name of the actor who will be driving also driving that car, but they do have 2 drivers, essentially 2 actors that will be doing some filming around the track. I will get that name for you though in a second. Let me just try find it.
Yeah, so we've got 51 minutes left of practice 1. Right now we see Max Verstappen in first position. Stroll is in second, Hamilton third, Russell fourth, Norris in fifth. Stroll is on the medium tyres, 0.5 seconds behind Verstappen, who set the fastest time so far. So not too far away, but he is on medium tyres, as we say. Hamilton, however, 0.8 seconds behind Verstappen. So not leagues behind, but certainly a little bit of time to make up. Verstappen on the radio saying there is 0 grip, it's getting worse and worse. So already noting that the tyres are struggling a little bit, or at least the car is struggling with grip around Silverstone's track. And they were also talking about it before the race started and this weekend started, that it's really, really tough on the cars, this track. It's one of the most difficult tracks to control tyre degradation and otherwise. So I think that's going to be a theme of the whole weekend. It's just a lack of grip sometimes.
Yes, I mean, also we can see that the sun is really blaring down on the circuit at the moment, which does reduce grip levels out there. The cars get the most grip when the track temperature's not too hot, but also not too cold. It has to be in that happy medium for them. As we see, interestingly enough, Lando coming to the pits, stopping for a while and then getting back out there again. I wonder what that issue possibly was for him, but he is back out on track yet again.
Which one are you saying is back out on track?
Norris.
Oh, Norris, sorry, yes, yeah, no, yes. So I don't quite know
quite
what it was.
Quite a bit of work going on Zhou Guan Yu's car. They seem to have taken that back right caked and off of the brakes, so possibly a braking issue in his car at the moment.
Logan Sargent's getting ready to get into his car in the Williams, unless, I think, was it actually out on track and then I having to do some adjustments because I see they were moving the back
engine cover,
the engine cover's coming off the car, so clearly a couple of problems there because he definitely looked like he was unsuiting more than suiting up, so another weekend of woes for Logan Sargent in store coming for us?
Hopefully not, because he did have quite a good race weekend last time out in Austria. I'm really struggling to remember what our last race was. But yeah, it's hopefully going to be a good race weekend from him.
We have a yellow flag in Sector 2. Sorry, yeah. You just want to see if that's going to be cleared or not. But yeah, so you're saying, oh yeah, there you go.
Waved.
It's an AlphaTauri. He's struggling to get out of the gravel there. Is that Nick de Vries? Yeah, there's Nick de Vries. So, oh dear, finds himself in the gravel. Our first yellow flag of the weekend.
So just looking at our cast for this film, Brad Pitt is going to be playing, I think, the main character, Sonny Hayes, and then we have Damson Idris playing Joshua Pierce, who I think is also one of the protagonists for this film. So it should be quite interesting. There's also been a lot of talk about them possibly leading the formation lap. I don't necessarily know if that is going to happen, because that may prove quite dangerous, especially because there's been a big threat of the Stop Oil or Just Stop Oil protesters coming to the track again. They were here last year. They did make their way out onto track. Hopefully they will not get onto track yet again this year. Hamilton did say there is another extra 100 marshals around the track this weekend to stop
I was also going to say that I know the Brits were very aware of the threat of protest action, so they've got a lot more marshals and a lot more security around the track to hopefully avoid this. I also think that coming into the track, they're being searched a bit more vigorously, I think, in terms of seeing if they've got anything on them or otherwise. So hopefully we won't have any protest action affecting our race. Max Verstappen has improved his time. He's gone into the 129s. He's got a 129.8. So yeah, everyone's doing very much race sims at the moment. We're not going to see too much more data yet. Quite a few cars have not made their way out to track. Zhou, Sargent, Piastri, Alonso and Albon have yet to put times, and Perez has yet to put a fast time in. So yeah, still lots of data to be seen for the rest of the weekend.
Yes, we did have that brief yellow flag, as Decivec says in the comment section. Debris, yes, Nick Debris found his way into the gravel in turn 7, but he is back out on track and hopefully doesn't have any damage to his floor.
Indeed, and before the message was retracted from Hamad, I don't quite know why people retract their messages sometimes, but nonetheless, I was asking if we're German. We're not German, we are in fact South African, yes, all the way down in sunny South Africa. So
kann Deutsch sprechen, aber ich bin Südafrikaner.
Okay, Reese does speak the German tongue though, so that's why he is speaking. He did live there for a year, so Reese does speak German. If anybody wishes to ask a German comment in the comment sections, I'm sure we'll get our German representative, that being Reese, to answer it for you. And I shan't answer anything because I'm only English. I'm not answering anything else.
Sticking to your roots.
Yes.
Not moving away from English. Yeah, we have Hamilton out on circuit at the moment, 0.7 seconds down on Max Verstappen's first sector time. I think that was a drone we had moving over the circuit there. Either a drone or, yeah, it does look like a drone. Interesting. Hopefully we'll be getting some good camera views from drones this weekend.
Yeah, hopefully it is an official drone and not something that's not supposed to be there, as we have had in the past in a couple of these races where they've had to stop. I saw, I think it was the F3 race last year. They stopped the race due to a rogue drone affecting the race. So hopefully, I'm sure it is a Formula 1 official drone, so it should be all good. Hamilton's going around now. Sorry, you're saying?
Oh yes, carry on. Hamilton going around at the moment, making his way through the middle sector, still quite far down on Max Verstappen's time, 1.9 seconds off in the middle sector on comparable tyres. Interesting comment though from Joel Simon saying track limits in Silverstone. Hopefully this won't become an issue this race weekend. We saw it becoming a massive issue in Austria last time out. I mean, that was just dismal to have so many drivers having their lap times deleted. We do not want a repeat of that this weekend.
And lots of people from all over the world joining us today. It's very good to see. We've got Liv here from India. We've got Richard from Uganda. Yeah, got a couple of people from Cape Town. Larry's from Cape Town. I would be careful with that comment, Larry. We are South African. We know where you're going with that. Please don't. Superman clearly also South African. They're saying aware mebru. So aware. Yeah, and also going more back to the Formula One comments right now. Joe is traumatized. I mean, is he traumatized? I'm not sure.
I mean, remember his last time out here in Silverstone, he did not have. I mean, he didn't even get a lap around the circuit before he was taken out. He was taken out on the start-finish straight.
I suppose, yeah, that's probably why he's not made his way out.
I don't think so. I think they're just doing work on his car at the moment. As I said earlier, they have taken that rear right brake tin off, so they'll be just trying to fix this car before the session gets finished. Just watching here, Lando Norris making his way past, I think that was Carlos Sainz, Verstappen on the radio saying it's like driving on ice out here at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly looking like grip's going to be a problem for the whole weekend. He's clearly struggling in that Red Bull because, you know, Max Verstappen does love to complain, but he's been quite vocal about it already, and he's in the pits, so clearly they're going to go and have a look at something.
He's not
otherwise.
The only driver complaining about lack of grip though out on track. We heard Hamilton also saying that it's super, super tricky with no grip out there at the moment. But as you say, he is in the pits. We have Verstappen in the pits, Magnussen in the pits, Hülkenberg in the pits, and then drivers with no times, Albon, Alonso, Piastri, Sargent, and Zhou, all of them also still in the pits. But we do have, Piastri making his way out on track right now.
Good to see. A couple more people joining us from India, Malawi, Poland, Kenya, Portugal, Norway. So got lots of people from all over. I also see somebody here from Gqeberha, Port Elizabeth for those who speak English, but I'm managing to sport the name at least, Gqeberha. That is Gman15. So thanks for the live data. You're very much welcome, sir. And again, keep it coming in with the comments, guys. Ask us more Formula One questions. We'll give you our opinions on other things. And who are you backing for this weekend? Can anybody stop Red Bull from winnings at Silverstone? And yeah, I mean, be sure to subscribe to the channel as well if you guys are new.
I mean, there's also only 400 votes in our poll, and there's 740 of you watching alongside with us. Please do go and vote in our poll that we have running. Who do you think will challenge the Red Bulls this weekend? So far, 46% say Mercedes. That is a little bit optimistic after last round in Austria. Aston Martin with 18%, and then the team that I think will certainly be able to compete with the Red Bulls is the Ferraris. They only have 29% of that poll at the moment. Interesting to see the commentators actually touching the front wings of that McLaren, their spare wing. I wonder if they get into trouble for that. But just looking at the little changes that they have brought to this race weekend, they have just ever so slightly changed the way that wing does shape the air towards the rear of that car.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of upgrades on Red Bull, but I mean, they don't need too many upgrades. I mean, that car just... I'm sorry, McLaren. I'm completely wrong. I was just watching the Red Bull. I just got sidetracked. Yeah, but McLaren's, of course, also got a new special livery for the weekend. And, you know, it's you were saying it was starting to grow on you in terms of the chrome / orange, because they didn't do enough chrome, I felt. And then you were saying it was growing on you. Seeing it out on track, it actually does bore me still. It really, it's not very noticeable.
It gets lost.
It's really unfortunate because it could have been such an awesome special livery for the weekend for McLaren. You know, of course, they got that chrome livery back from their past, their very famous past with Lewis Hamilton in his early days in Formula One, and we are all so anticipating such an awesome car, and it really it's just disappointing, really.
I mean, we had, I wanted to say Andreas Seidel, but he's moved away from McLaren. We had Zach Brown saying they stuck with the orange because they want to stay true to the papaya that they've been running, and they want to be able to keep that brand recognition. I don't care.
Yeah,
bring back the original mid-2000s silver and red look, well, chrome and red look. I don't care if you're staying true to the papaya livery. I don't think any fans really care. One weekend, exactly.
It's one weekend.
Bring back the true chrome livery.
It would have been so awesome.
Orange stuff.
It would have been so awesome to see. I mean, I like the orange car, don't get me wrong, but just as a special livery, just bring back the chrome properly.
I mean, let us know what you guys think in the comments, but I certainly think that original red and chrome livery would have looked absolutely fantastic on this current car. Just a comment here in the comment section from William Russell. I don't think it is George Russell, but anyways, he's been asking who is better, Sainz or Leclerc, I think Sainz and Leclerc are so overrated.
It is so overrated, I think.
Well, sorry, I think Sainz, Leclerc is overrated, yes. I mean, Leclerc has certainly been quite strong. He's been more dominant over his teammates in the past 2 years that they have been teammates. But I think Sainz is also a very, very strong driver. We've seen him being tipped off to be the next driver for Audi in 2024, 2025. There's been a lot of talk as well about whether Ferrari are going to sign him or not. He's already said in the media that Ferrari needs to start contract talks, otherwise he's going to go start looking for another team.
I mean, it's a very odd one because Sainz is a properly good racing driver. I mean, some people don't tend to like it, but I think he's a very aggressive driver and I quite enjoy watching him. And he does seem to get results nowadays. He's getting more and more consistent as he goes. Obviously, last weekend he was dealt a bit of a bad hand with time penalties, but otherwise had done relatively well. I think I don't know who Ferrari is going to go for in terms of replacing him is the only issue, because on the grid currently, out of the genuinely available drivers, nobody's really improving that on Sainz's position. So it's a very odd one what's happening at Ferrari, but we'll have to wait to see what happens with that. Just a few more comments here saying people watch. Sorry, yeah, let's just keep going with that conversation.
I really do think Sainz is quite strong in that team. We could see him challenging Leclerc or even beating him quite soon. You have to think, Sainz has only had a year and a bit in that car. Leclerc has had quite a few years. Sainz has had to get used to the way that car drives. Moving from one team to another is a big feat. Those cars handle completely differently. They have different philosophies altogether from other teams. So you have to really get used to the driving style. You have to sometimes change your driving style moving from one team into another. I mean, we've seen Danny Rick struggle moving from one team to another. So I think you have to give Sainz a lot of props because he has been able to move teams and hit the ground running in the second year. William Russell just saying, is that really the first thing you have to say about my surname? Everyone at school is always bringing it up, and it didn't help George's middle name also being William. Interesting, that's your name actually is William Russell then. So, yeah, well done.
I'll say it's. I suppose when you say well done, I think as he says in his comments, it's probably actually quite a bit irritating. But you know what? I'll just claim it at a few parts and say, yeah, I am related, and then maybe you can get into a few places. You know, just a few people in the comments saying Daniel here is from London. We've got people joining us from all over. Steve is saying Sainz is better than Leclerc. Stevie P, of course, being one of the main people on this channel. You can go check out his rugby content and otherwise. He's a big Ferrari fan, which has been a very upsetting season for him.
Shame.
Yeah, just a few more people in the comments. Will Brad Pitt be joining the practice? I don't think so, but I think they're going to be doing some interesting laps around Silverstone. Yeah, I think they're going to have their own.
So they have their own sessions with purely that car on track. They don't run them with actual racing drivers because there could be a massive crash. But we'll see them doing some show runs throughout the weekend. I say show runs, but film runs more than anything.
Exactly.
Laura Wood also just saying Leclerc is fast but fragile. We have seen that in the past. But Sainz has guts, and when he can stay on track, which is happening more and more often these days. Yeah, I mean, Sainz has been able to extract a lot more pace out of that car, especially in qualifying, and he's had some good race weekends.
Yeah, more questions in the comments, because what do you think of the Merc updates so far? What is different? Well, we know what the upgrades are. Whether or not they've made a difference as of yet, we'll have absolutely no idea, because they're only just doing some simulations right now, so we have no idea what the true pace of those Mercedes are as a result of their upgrades, but I'm sure it will make an improvement. Somebody else are asking, why is it so slippy? What is the weather? The weather actually, for once in England, is very clear skies, all sunny weather. It's actually a beautiful, beautiful day here at Silverstone. But the track itself is just... Sorry, yeah.
Speaking about weather, at the moment it's 23 degrees Celsius. And then looking throughout the rest of this race weekend, later this afternoon, it should get a little bit warmer, 26 degrees. And then Saturday is where it becomes interesting. Saturday has rain predicted with a high of 25. So we could get mixed conditions, rain and some sun. And then Sunday is cloudy. So interesting that we don't have any days that are all the same here.
Yeah, I mean, it is Britain, which is normally wetter weather, so quite good that we've got a dry session the first day and then a bit of wet on the second day, and then we don't know what's going to happen on Sunday. So it's that provides a lot of entertainment. Nobody knows what's going to happen, so strategies are just changing, and how you set up your car for qualifying is going to be an interesting one if it should be a little bit wet.
Great question here from Mayank Boya. Sorry if I absolutely butchered your name, but I tried. Just asking, who do you think will be able to break the Red Bull run of wins in the future? I don't know about you, Mark, but I certainly think the team that will be able to take it to Red Bulls is the Ferrari team. They were really close last weekend out in Austria. I say really close. They were still about 24 seconds off of the lead before Max decided to pit for new tires. But they certainly seem to be a lot stronger and a lot more able to take the fight to the Red Bulls than anyone else.
Yeah, I also probably back the Ferraris, and also, the current timings in practice one show the Ferraris are competing with the Red Bulls a little bit more. We've got Verstappen in first, Leclerc in the Ferrari in second, Perez in third, and Sainz in the Ferrari in fourth. So those two teams are currently sitting in our top four, very similar times as well. So, I mean, they are probably most primed to take on Red Bull, but they're just still so far away from that Red Bull car, ultimately.
Yeah, unfortunately, they are still a little bit off of the Red Bulls, but I think also another team that could just, it's a bit of a gamble whether they will be able to or not, is the McLarens. McLaren have found some great pace in the last few race weekends. Whether they'll be able to really find some good pace, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see till qualifying, because Lando has really been having a good few race weekends.
Yeah, no, Lando's been racing very well for McLaren. McLaren seem to have finally turned that corner. They just need Piastri to sort of catch up, but he's not been doing too badly. But his teammate Lando Norris, as you say, has been doing unbelievable work these past few Grand Prix. Lots of people in the comments asking questions. Keep it coming. We'll answer those that we do see. We won't be able to necessarily get to all of them. Great to have now we do actually have more than 800 people watching. So keep it going, guys. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. And I do apologize for this in case some of you want to know for more stuff. But nonetheless, I don't really apologize, because we're fantastically sponsored this week by Bitdefender. Now, Bitdefender are associated with Ferrari as well. They sponsor Ferrari. So, yeah, that's who we're associated with, people. Ferrari, Bitdefender are sponsoring this weekend's Watchalong on the channel. And so Bitdefender's total security detects when you play, work, or watch a movie, so it knows not to bother you with unnecessary requests. Depending on what you are doing, Bitdefender temporarily halts pop-ups, adjusts visual settings, and pauses unimportant background activities so you can enjoy your device to the max, like watching the Formula 1. If you want to learn more about Bitdefender's Bitdefender's total security, then please click on the link in the description or in the chat. So yeah, let's go check out our partner Bitdefender in the description. So very big thanks to them, and we carry on with practice one with just 31 minutes left of the session. Sargent's moved himself into third on softs, Reese.
Perez has moved himself into second as well, just 0.1 seconds off of his teammates at the moment, as we follow Carlos Sainz now moving through turns 7 and 8, making his way down that long hanger straight at the moment. It's going to be interesting if Sargent has found a bit of pace. Sainz getting very close there to some traffic, though, as he approaches the... where is he at the moment? I thought he was in the hanger straight, but he's actually at the start of the section. Just getting a little bit lost there. First session, so still learning the track layout.
But we're now seeing some cars coming out on those soft tyres. Aston Martin have finally made their way out. Well, Stroll has put himself up at 5th position. Sainz on those soft tyres. Sargent on softs in 3rd position, just behind those two Red Bulls. So we're going to see some quicker times getting put in now. So it'll be some good data to watch. And now it's going to get to the nitty-gritty parts.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Sainz can do on this lap. He's on a set of softs, the first of the top runners running on softs at the moment. We'll have to see if he's going to be able to match those Red Bull times. At the moment, though, he's still off of the Red Bull times.
Sainz now got a purple sector in Sector 2, though, so not that far off the Red Bull time. So in Sector 1, a little bit slow, but Sector 2, he's definitely sped up. And let's see what he does in Sector 3 now as he approaches the final couple of corners. This part of the track, horrible to race around, as we have done on our gaming stream. You can go and watch the replays of that earlier in the video as well. Sainz is going to come across in a 1:29.3, and he's got the new fastest lap time of the day with just half an hour exactly left of P1.
Yeah, it's not a bad time for Carlos Sainz, but you would expect them to have a little bit more time in their hands, because half a second over the hard tyre is just Yeah, not what I would have expected.
No, so
I think
yeah, the Verstappen and Red Bull very, very quick still on those hard tires.
Yeah, I mean, I think we expected, of course, the Red Bulls to be quite fast out here, but I didn't expect them to be only half a second behind the soft tires. Just watching Yuki Tsunoda at the moment, also on a set of softs, putting in a pretty decent lap at the moment. Where will he finish? He puts himself up into fourth with a 1:30.092.
So Sargent's still up there in fifth position on those soft tires, the slowest of the soft tire runs, but still putting himself relatively high up. And I'm hoping this weekend he can turn a corner as well, because he did manage to improve last weekend in Austria, managed to finish in 13th position. So let's see how he can do, because obviously his teammate Alex Albon has been racing unbelievably well so far this season, really doing the most with what he can in that Williams car. Williams, ultimately not a very quick car, but still doing so impressively to get some decent positions out there.
Yes, I mean, if he can stay there, that would be quite impressive. But I mean, he is at the bottom of those soft tire runs at the moment. Charles Leclerc just behind him. I think he was on a set of mediums on that time. Hamilton out on a set of mediums now too, setting a personal best in the first sector, coming across that middle sector marker now. Let's see what he can do in this sector, coming through turn 9 where him and Max had that big accident 2 or 3 years ago. Yeah, let's see what he can do throughout the rest of this lap. Looking quite hooked up at the moment as he comes through Maggots and Beckett's. Turn 13 and 14 now, approaching that long straight. DRS now wide open, 0.6 seconds behind Carlos Sainz's fastest lap time.
Yeah, it's on mediums, of course, Hamilton, not softs, versus where Sainz was on softs. So it doesn't seem to be too far off. Ooh, almost going off the track there a little bit. Does well to bring it back in, though. It comes to the last couple of corners here. Oh, has to correct there. He's going to lose a bit of time there. Another correction.
Ooh,
not a great last sector there, and he's going to lose a little bit of time. He's 0.99 seconds behind Sainz.
Behind Sargent.
Sixth, and he's behind Sargent.
Yeah, I mean, that little moment between the last two corners certainly did have a bit of an effect on him.
Yeah, and just noting a comment a little bit earlier there, Thea saying, and Mark takes the Bitdefender sponsor. Yes, indeed, I did. And yeah, again, go check them out in the comments, guys. And we're very grateful for them for sponsoring this weekend. That's why we have to go read them out. It's an exchange of services. That's what this is. So we've got 27 minutes left of the session. Charles Leclerc made his first race weekend appearance in F1 as an FP1 driver for Haas at the 2016 British Grand Prix. So that's interesting. I didn't actually remember that at all. Charles Leclerc made his, I suppose, F1 debut.
I do remember that
in British Grand Prix.
I do think I remember that. I remember him as a rookie coming in and just doing an FP1 session, because remember, Ferrari used to treat Haas like their feeder series team, and used to just put their junior drivers into that seat for practice sessions every now and then. They did it with Antonio Giovinazzi. I remember he had a massive crash in China the one year in an FP1 session. Hamilton, though, noting bouncing is pretty bad. Looks like their porpoising issues have come back.
Yeah, I don't think it'll maintain throughout the entire weekend. They seem to do this in practice 1. Some teams seem to have a bit of porpoising, and then by practice 2 and 3, they've pretty much fixed most of it. So I'm sure it won't be much of an issue for Mercedes this time. So I'm sure they'll get it sorted before practice 2 and practice 3. Charles Leclerc now on a very quick lap.
Brilliant Cops corner there. He didn't lift at all, Mark. That is such a high-speed corner, and he didn't come off the throttle very much at all there. So the Ferrari looking already very, very confident through the high-speed corners. 0.1 seconds off of Carlos Sainz's time right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, Leclerc had to put up with a bit of traffic. They all did well to get out of the way, but it does obviously affect your lap a bit more when you have to see these cars and you do think about them, making sure you don't hit them. Charles Leclerc now coming through the final 2 corners before finishing up his lap. Where does that put him in comparison to his teammate Sainz, who's currently first? He crosses the line now, and he moves just behind his teammate at 129.4, just 0.06 seconds behind Carlos Sainz. That is Charles Leclerc. So yeah, we've got 25 minutes left of the session. Most of the drivers have completed between 10 to 15 laps, with the exception of Alonso, who's only done 6, but at least he's out on track right now on hard tyres. So a bit of a late start for Fernando Alonso.
Yes, bit of a late start for sure. Interesting, we haven't seen Alonso featuring too much in the last few races. It's been a bit disappointing. I did see someone mentioning in the comment section earlier, just watching Hamilton though coming through cops, he really has to lift off a lot, possibly because of all the porpoising. But yeah, I mean, who was I talking about? Sorry, I've just lost my train of thought. Before Hamilton. Oh well. Oh no, it was about Fernando Alonso, who hasn't featured too much. Just being asked what has happened to the Aston Martins, because in the first 8 races they took 6 podiums, and now all of a sudden they're nowhere.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
it's very much that sort of thing. Somebody also asking thoughts on AlphaTauri at the moment. So, what are your thoughts on AlphaTauri?
Well, they've been pretty much nowhere. Nick de Vries certainly looking like he is going to lose that seat. There's been a bit of chat about possibly replacing him before Zandvoort, which would have been his home Grand Prix, which is a bit of a stab in the back for him. But based on his performance, he deserves to be kicked out of that seat, unfortunately. As much as I am a fan of his, it's been very disappointing to see him struggling in Formula One. I thought he was going to hit the ground running here. I thought he was going to really take the fight to his teammates, but yeah, no.
Yeah, clearly just struggling a bit there. So we do see Alonso now pushed himself right up into 9th position. He wasn't 20th. He's pushed right up into 9th position now on those hard tires, just 1.3 seconds behind Carlos Sainz's time. That's actually fantastic to see, because he's not that far off the Red Bulls on that hard tire. So maybe they found a little bit of pace there, Aston Martin. Stroll a bit slow on the medium tire, but Alonso much quicker. I mean, notably, Alonso's gone quicker than Stroll on the hard tire, where Stroll's on the medium.
Yes, I mean, I'm really hoping that they have a lot more pace this weekend, because I want to see them fighting for podiums. Still notably, though, Max Verstappen and Sergio Perez sitting in 3rd and 4th on a set of hard tires, sitting in between a whole bunch of people on softs. That is just so impressive. And once again, just showing Red Bull's hand a little bit early, showing that they are just so dominant.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, we're all of us pretty much rooting for the next team. Not necessarily that you know, some of you might be Red Bull fans, and we love the fact that Red Bull are winning and otherwise. But I think most F1 fans are hoping that somebody else can sort of knock them off their pedestal, or at least make it really competitive, because it's not that fun watching a team dominate so easily. I mean, yes, you can appreciate the incredible ingenuity of the car and the driving from Max Verstappen and that Red Bull team. It's very similar to Mercedes and Lewis Hamilton, you know. It's just that we'd love to see other teams get closer to that positioning, just improve as well, so that, you know, we've got really good racing to watch.
Yes, I mean, we want to see, as you said, more racing happening, more racing specifically for P1. We don't want to see, again, Verstappen getting 24 seconds and a free pit stop ahead of everyone else. It's frustrating for fans. It's frustrating for Formula One management, I'm sure, as well, which is why they've, I think, fast-tracked those Pirelli tires, because they're hoping that it takes away the dominance from Red Bull. But at the moment, not looking very likely. Pure Blood saying in the comments just about Nick de Vries that his prediction is that de Vries and Yuki will both get fired in the summer break, and Lawson and Daniel Ricciardo will get brought in. Not a popular opinion, but I have a sneaky feeling.
I don't think Yuki Tsunoda gets
I was going to say, I think Yuki is... I mean, he's not been great. He's not been good. He's not been bad. He's been mediocre at the moment, but I think he will keep his seat. But de Vries, I think, is really wasting AlphaTauri's time at the moment. And he's not come cheap, because he has got a lot of pedigree. They would have paid a small fortune for him to buy him from Mercedes. And yeah, he's just not been doing well at all.
No, not
Gasly moves himself now into P3 with a 129.8, 0.4 seconds off of Carlos Sainz's fastest lap.
Yeah, it's a very good time for the Alpine driver there. And also I wanted to notice Russell's moved himself into 5th position on mediums, 0.6 seconds behind Sainz, right behind Max Verstappen's hard tyre time. So a bit of a better time for Mercedes as well. I mean, still not as quick as we'd like to see it yet, but he is on the medium tyre, so we know Red Bull happen to have a much faster time put in on the hard tyre than most cars. So the fact that Russell's there and thereabouts with the medium it's probably good for Mercedes. So early signs that improvements have been made in the car, but Ferrari still currently in the lead on those soft tyre runs, as I say, Sainz leading it with 20 minutes left of the session.
Just looking at the track dominance between Sainz and Leclerc, it's a it's incredible to see Sainz is just so much faster down the main straights, whereas Leclerc is a lot faster through the corners. So Leclerc clearly has a lot more confidence in the corners, whereas Sainz, I think, just has a setup that allows him to be absolutely rapid through those long straights. Leclerc, though, only 0.061 seconds down on his teammates at the moment.
Yeah, and also Sainz maybe also takes a corner, maybe comes out of the corner a little bit better than Charles Leclerc, or maybe Charles Leclerc also hits corners harder. Ocon has just gone quickest with a purple first sector as well. A great lap there from
brilliant from
Ocon. And Alpine seems to be putting some decent lap times in here, so it's good to see, because they've sort of started falling off a little bit after they managed to get a podium earlier in the season. So Ocon now with a 129.3, just 0.03 seconds faster than Sainz. But now we're on board with Charles Leclerc, who's going around. He's
brilliant there through Maggots and Beck. It's looking so neat and tidy. Up on the middle sector, purple middle sector at the moment, only 0.033 down on Ocon's time. Just being asked though in the comments, does Ferrari have a chance of winning? I mean, if they're able to keep up their current momentum, hopefully in the next few races, they'll be able to really challenge those Red Bulls. I mean, there's still a bit of a delta between the two teams, but hopefully Ferrari will just be able to find a big chunk of time and be able to take a win. Also being asked, though, thoughts of Norris going to Red Bull rumors. I mean, I don't think that's going to happen. Norris had his chance. Norris was offered a contract in Red Bull a few years ago, I think maybe a year or two ago, and he did decline it for that McLaren seat. He is currently in a contract for quite some time, but I mean, I don't think Red Bull will be approaching him again, because I think once they've come to you and you decline their offer, I think they move on.
Yeah, I don't think Red Bull's going to come back to Lando Norris. And as somebody else says in the comments, that makes a good point. Lando Norris is not going to go to Red Bull to be a second driver. I think Lando Norris backs himself to be the main driver in the team. So wherever he goes, he's going to want to compete and be considered and treated like the top dog in the team. So he won't be going to Red Bull, I don't feel, whilst
Do you know where I would like to see Norris, if they are able to stay competitive?
Aston Martin?
Yes.
Yes, I was also going to say
because
that.
That would be quite cool to see.
I mean, be fantastic.
Granted, if McLaren are able to fix their issues, they certainly seem to be having a glimmer of hope at the moment. With those issues, they have gotten a lot closer to the front. Maybe then they'll hold on to Norris for a few more years. If not, then I think he should just move along to another team that does give him an opportunity at a World Championship.
Exactly. I think you should just move on, frankly. Leclerc is currently sitting in first. He managed to get a fastest lap at 129.2. We still haven't gone sub 129 yet, but the Red Bulls have yet to put any lap times in on not even medium tires, let alone softs. So, yeah, I'm still waiting for Max Verstappen to make his way out on a set of softs, and then you'll probably see a sub 129 time get put in. Just 16 and a half minutes left of the session, and you know what that means, Reese. That means I'm going to go and chat to you all about Bitdefender, our partner for this weekend's British Grand Prix. So, Bitdefender, if you don't want to be tracked, then I would recommend checking out Bitdefender's anti-tracker extension. The anti-tracker extension blocks trackers that collect your data and allow you to view and manage this information on each website you visit. It keeps your browsing data private and enhances performance by loading web pages faster. If you want to learn more about Bitdefender's anti-tracker extension, then please click on the link in the description or otherwise in the chat. So great to have Bitdefender along with us for this weekend.
Yes, very glad to have them as our channel and Formula One sponsor. Just being asked in the comments, what is your favorite track? Mark, you can let us know first.
Ooh, Spa, probably. I quite like
that was
Spa.
My answer, so I'm going to have to change mine now. Spa is such a great track, obviously so historical as well. I'm going to change mine then to Imola, the track I was meant to go watch Formula One at this year, but here's unfortunately that race was cancelled. But yes, it is such a historic track as well. Yeah.
I mean, just go and type F in the chat for Reese, who's going to go to his first ever Grand Prix in his life. Travelled all the way to Italy, and what a 13-hour flight, 11-hour flight, or whatever, via Dubai and all this, to go and watch the Imola Grand Prix, only for it to unfortunately be cancelled. Absolutely devastating. I'm so sorry still. I still get so upset about it, but we'll get you to another Grand Prix soon. We'll all of us get to a Grand Prix one day, and it'll be all worth it in the end. Just 15 minutes left of practice one. We do see a Red Bull out. Yeah.
Yes, on soft tyres. So we should see what they're able to do compared to everyone else, hopefully they're not too much further ahead, but I think we might just be seeing them being a good second ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, Max Verstappen is going to put in an absolutely blitz lap, but we're going to follow Sergio Perez first, of course, because he's the one out, not Max Verstappen. And let's see what sort of times he can put in comparison to Charles Leclerc. Perez managed to finally actually bounce back a bit last weekend. A good race for him, starting very low down, but moving all the way up into the podium places. So a fantastic race for him in Austria. But he's down on Leclerc's time in Sector 1, only just 0.03 seconds behind. Let's see how he can fare in Sector 2 now.
Also just being asked by someone in the comments, is Ferrari using their bathtub side pods? For those of you who don't understand that, it's the side pods with a big gully in the middle. I actually haven't seen. I think they are running their more Red Bull-esque side pods, which are their new upgraded side pods. They do still have a little bit of a channel in the middle, but nowhere near as substantial as their original side pod design.
Interesting, yes. Perez is still slower on Leclerc's time by 0.16 seconds now, so not managing to improve much. Of course, it's Sergio Perez rather than Max Verstappen, but not getting as close.
He could also be on a high fuel run. We don't necessarily know their fuel levels at the moment. That is always a bit of a tricky part coming into practice. We always don't necessarily know what fuel levels they are running, but he is a little bit off at the moment, but he moves himself up into P3.
Yeah, so quicker than Sainz, but slower than Leclerc and Ocon. Also, his DRS is being opened, so clearly trying to find as much pace as possible. But as you say, we don't know what fuel load he's running, but he has now gone onto a slow lap here, so not clearly doing race simulation, so might well be checking out the times there. But you do see the reserve driver of Daniel Ricciardo there on the pit wall, smiling at the cameras for all of us. And do we think we could see Daniel Ricciardo in a car before the end of the season?
I mean, I think we could see him in the FP1 or FP2 session, but I don't know if we'll see him in a race unless one of the other Red Bull drivers or AlphaTauri drivers gets sick. We do see, though, this weekend, Max Verstappen is seeking a sixth consecutive race win, something only achieved by Alberto Ascari, Michael Schumacher, Sebastian Vettel, and Nico Rosberg. I assume that's Nico Rosberg, not Geeky.
I mean, it's interesting that Lewis Hamilton's not there, considering his dominance in the last 10 years. So, yeah, I mean, he's going to put himself into a record that Lewis Hamilton is not part of.
Yes, it's very interesting to see Hamilton not being a part of that record. But, I mean, we're seeing so many records being beaten this season. We've seen Max overtaking, I think it was at the last race, Ayrton Senna in total race wins. We've seen him take multiple new race win records for Red Bull as well. This weekend could be the 250th podium for Red Bull. I mean, yeah, lots of different records being beaten at the moment. Max Verstappen, though, doing his hot lap on a set of softs at the moment, looking a little bit twitchy, though, through Cops, making his way through Maggots and Beckett's now and down the last main straight. Getting a little bit wide, though, through Chapel, but he is 0.3 seconds up on everyone else through that middle sector.
Yeah, so he's coming towards the speak English, child. The last two corners of the racetrack here, and I'm sure we're going to see a new fastest lap. Will it be a sub 129? It might well be, and he crosses the line only just a 128.8. So not too much quicker than the Ferraris, but still 0.4 seconds quicker than Charles Leclerc. It is, of course, later on in the day, so the laps should be quicker. More rubber is out on track, so probably more beneficial to get out on track right now to get quicker laps in. So hopefully not too far away from the Ferraris, I think.
Just watching this moment, though, coming through Chapel, just before that long DRS straight, he just comes ever so slightly wide through there. Still within track limits, but we do see those curbs are super, super aggressive, and you have the grass right after the curb, so you don't want to be having a repeat of that because you can cause some damage to the floor.
And it's just amazing how
beautiful, though, coming through Cops. I mean, that floor is millimeters off the ground.
And it's just incredible how the Red Bull car just looks so effortless on the track, whereas everybody else just looks like they're really trying it out. But now we're seeing a fast lap getting put in by Alonso. We haven't spoken much about Alonso. People are asking in the comments as well what's happening with Aston Martin and Alonso. But Alonso now starting a fast lap on softs, and this is going to be very, very fun to watch. Please Can Aston Martin improve? They have not done very well in the last couple of races. Let's hope this weekend is going to be different for them. Of course, they are a British team technically. Aston Martin is a British brand. Let's see if they can represent well in the British Grand Prix as he comes towards the end of Sector 1. Fernando Alonso, where does it put him compared to, oh my word, almost identical to Max Verstappen?
Yes, that's quite good to see so far. I mean, let's see what he can do through the middle and final sectors. That's where those Red Bulls seem to be quite fast. Yeah, we'll have to see. People asking, do we have any updates on Ferrari's upgrades? Ferrari have not brought any upgrades to this race weekend. They have brought the rest of their upgrades from the rest of the season and will be choosing what they want to run this race weekend. They did bring new upgrades last weekend out in Austria, so I'm sure they will be running a lot of those upgrades as well here this weekend.
Alonso's now going to cross. Sorry. Just seeing Alonso's time. He's dropped a bit off of Verstappen now, 0.3 seconds behind him. So lost a bit of time in that middle sector. Let's hopefully see if he can get some more time in the last sector. You were saying about Yuki?
No, just saying to the people in the comment section, you don't need to spam the chat with questions. If I do see it, I will answer it. Yeah. And then
Verstappen
Laura would
now
also
just seeing Alonso crossing the line now. He's going to come over in second place, the second fastest lap, but still quite a bit slow on Verstappen. Although Albon comes around quicker than Alonso, a 129.0. Great lap there from Alex Albon.
I mean, Albon, once again, finding so much pace in that Williams car. He is just having an absolutely cracker of a season.
Hamilton now finishing up a lap here in 13th position. He's on mediums. He's done it, but slowly around a couple of bends here.
He also did go quite wide in the final sector there, but he should be fine. Laura just saying, unpopular opinion, but I'm sick of this Brad Pitt movie BS already. I don't understand how you're sick of it because they haven't really even been out on track.
I think it's more the hype about it.
Well, I mean, I think it's quite good to have some hype around this movie because it is possibly going to bring a lot more fans to Formula One with a big film being released around Formula One and Lewis Hamilton, of course. It is a bit of a biopic on Hamilton's life, if anything. It is slightly based on him. So I think it could be a good thing for the sport.
Lance Stroll now completing his lap. He's gone round very, very quickly as well. He's going round currently quicker than his teammate Fernando Alonso, and we have seen Stroll improve recently. So let's see what sort of lap he can put in here. Just 7 minutes left of practice 1, and then of course you can catch us later for practice 2 as well. So let's see what will happen here with Lance Stroll. I mean, it's going to be very, very tight to Max Verstappen's time, but he seems to have nailed this last sector. So let's see what sort of time he puts in. And he crosses the line. Oh, never mind. Completely flopped the last section. I don't know what
I expected that. Yeah. It's Lance Stroll. TC saying in the comments, the Mercedes are worryingly slow. Yes, they really are at the moment. Only setting times on mediums, though, so possibly a bit more time in hand, but certainly not what we would have been expecting for the Mercedes with so many upgrades. They have brought newer front wings here this weekend, a lot more Red Bull-esque front wings, so hopefully they'll be able to find a bit more pace. Perez now moves himself up into second place. Also being asked in the comment section, do you think, as they say in McLaren factory, that at the end of this season it will be close to Red Bull? Well, we certainly hope so. We want to see more teams getting closer to the Red Bulls.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that the upgrades will improve dramatically. The nice thing about having a long season is that there is enough time to eventually make it competitive, and whilst by the time they might get competitive, it's pretty much all for nothing because the points are too far away. At least we've got a few exciting races at the end. So if you're a Formula One fan looking for enjoyment, I think when it gets to those last few races when they're a bit more competitive, that's when, like, throw points out the window, just watch each race as it is.
Hamilton might need a new floor after going wide into the last sector. He went quite wide over those curbs, and they're very, very aggressive there. And we did see him kind of ramping it a little bit. So hopefully they won't have to change the floor on that car.
Yeah, hopefully they won't. But Russell now crossing the line. Let's see if Russell's going to put in a decent time here. He's on medium still. So they're not going to be that quick, one assumes.
This track should suit the Mercedes a bit more because their cars are a lot more suited to the high speed tracks. So it's certainly, we were expecting them to be a bit more competitive here, but at the moment they're just not really showing some representative times. I think possibly still trying to get to grips with their new upgrades, possibly. I don't really know. But George Russell at the moment on a set of mediums has just lost it. He went very wide there. I was going to say he was 0.3 seconds down on the fastest time at the moment, but then he had a big snap of understeer and had to bail out of that turn 6.
Yeah, so George Russell just having to give up on that lap attempt, so he's just going to go around slowly here before starting another lap attempt. So we see both Red Bulls currently in first and second, the Williams of Alex Albon in third, great run from him, and Alonso in fourth in that Aston Martin. So maybe Aston Martin have found some pace again this weekend?
I really hope so, because I want to see Alonso fighting it out with the Red Bulls again. Interestingly enough, though, I'm so shocked. Albon in P3. I mean, what?
I know. He's been doing some unbelievable things all season, and he still continues to do so. So it's great to see that. Davian, is that Davian? I'm assuming it's Davian. Just saying in the comments there in response to Mercedes not working in Silverstone, they should be running at the 127s. I'm assuming that's with regards to Red Bull, one assumes. Or maybe it is for Mercedes, who are just not performing as well as he might want them to. But, I mean, do you think Mercedes could be competitive this weekend? Yellow flag in sector 1. Sorry, let's just. Oh, that's green, so it's immediately cleared, so not too much of a problem. But yeah, I mean, are there concerns this weekend for Mercedes, or do you think they will improve?
I mean, I agree with TC saying in the comment section. Well, he's asking me a question: do we think Mercedes are effectively a whole season behind? Yes. They've run a completely different concept for a season and a bit. So they are a season behind in terms of development to all the other teams. They really are having to play catch up. And it's really showing. I mean, last weekend out in Austria, they were so far off the pace. And here they certainly seem to be struggling with pace a little bit. I mean, we haven't seen them do any soft tire runs, but they aren't really where we think they should be.
No, and we haven't seen them on soft tires yet, but even on the mediums, they seem quite a bit off the pace. So hopefully they're just getting to the grips with their new upgrades, but otherwise maybe a little bit of concerns.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait and see what happens in the rest of these sessions, but I mean, looking a little bit on the back foot at the moment is Mercedes.
Yeah, just 2.5 minutes left of the session, right towards the end of the session. So we're going to see some last few laps get put in. Most of them are on soft tyre right now, doing some, one assumes, quali sims or otherwise some very fast race sims. So we'll see what these final times will put for us. Currently, Max Verstappen's got a 1:28.6. Perez is 0.4 seconds off of that. Albon also 0.4-ish, I think. And Alonso 0.6 seconds off of that time.
I like the question from Andy. Albon to Red Bull, question mark?
I mean, in place possibly of Perez, maybe.
He is a Red Bull driver.
Yeah, because, I mean, Perez has been, like, last weekend he managed to redeem a bit of his value, but he's been struggling recently, so maybe. I mean, just watching a replay here of Hulkenberg in the Haas and the Mercedes of Russell. Oh, no, just see something falls off Hulkenberg's car there. Don't quite know what that is, but just see.
It could be an end plate, possibly from his front wing. No, his end plate's still there. That's very weird. Possibly just a little aero part there that has fallen off of the car. But yeah, I mean, we should see these lap times falling a bit further between now and qualifying, of course, with track temperature changing as well. But yeah, I mean, drivers not as fast as I would have expected them to be this weekend based on last year's times.
Of course, it is the middle of the day, and it's quite a hot day in Silverstone, which is a very rare thing. So, tyres probably really struggling with grip. So, one assumes in the later session in P2 we'll have some quicker times get put in. Maybe we'll see some 127s from all of the bunch on the grid right now. Somebody's saying that you can't tell anything from free practice one. It's not wrong that it's very misrepresentative times in practice one, but
no.
We have seen this year so far in the season that generally where the cars place in practice 1 and 2 tends to be quite similar to where they place in qualifying as well as in the race. So it's not too misrepresentative, to be fair.
Norris moves himself up into P8 with his last lap time. He is currently down on the first sector on another lap time. But I mean, a little bit better from Norris, possibly also just doing some testing out there. Try maybe get a better setup for the race. Or maybe just doing some race sims out there instead of doing quali sims trying to match everyone else. Lindy, we're just saying the Red Bull pressure for Albon could shake him and he might lose his seat in Formula One altogether. Williams' environment will allow him to flourish. Yes and no. I mean, he has been in that Red Bull seat before. It did knock his confidence quite a lot, but he still is. I mean, we can see he's still able to put in some brilliant times as the session is now over. Yeah, I mean, Albon finishing in fourth, only 0.001 off of Sergio Perez's time in a Williams. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I think Red Bull will be having a good look at that.
Exactly. Alonso's the last person on the track right now to put in a proper fast lap. Let's see what sort of times he can do in comparison to Max Verstappen. He comes towards the end of Sector 2. He's 1 whole second behind Max Verstappen, so it's going to be quite a slow lap here for Fernando Alonso, so nothing to really talk about too much. So that pretty much finalizes practice 1 and the times regarding the Max Verstappen finishes in first, Perez in second, Alex Albon in the Williams in third, Alonso in the Aston Martin in fourth, Charles Leclerc in fifth. We haven't seen the Ferraris for a little while here, and Ocon in sixth, Sainz 7, Norris in 8, Stroll 9, Piastri in 10. The Mercedes of Lewis Hamilton and Russell 12th and 14th respectively. Not a great practice session for them, although they hadn't come out on soft tyres, so we don't quite know what their times are quite as of yet. Haas, Magnussen and Hulkenberg looking quite slow in comparison to the rest of the grid, all the way at the back in 19th and 20th.
Yes, was a good little first practice session for us. Yeah, great to have all of you following alongside with us, and don't forget to join us later this evening for practice 2, as well as tomorrow for practice 3 and qualifying, and then of course the race on Sunday.
Indeed, and once again, a big thank you to Bitdefender for sponsoring this weekend's British Grand Prix race watch-along, as well as the whole weekend watch-along. And, we're just seeing Perez having to avoid that collision, and he actually goes over it. Oof,
that was a very, very... Oh, it's a plastic bag.
Yeah, it's a plastic bag.
I thought it was a piece of carbon. It looked like a piece of carbon out on the track,
yes,
but
indeed.
It was just, a plastic bag, thank goodness, because that could have been quite a big accident. All the drivers lining up at the moment to do some practice starts. Let's see who has a good practice here. It should be a bit interesting to see because, of course, that grid is still very, very green with not a lot of rubber out there.
Yeah, so thank you guys so much for joining us. Join us for practice 2. We'll start streaming in a bit with build-up for the for F3 practice 2, F2 practice 2. And then, of course, our build-up package, which will then take you into practice 2. Be sure to go check out that build-up package on the channel later. It has us racing around Silverstone in our gaming stream that we do every week before a Grand Prix. And me and Reese go race around with a few other people from the team and friends. So be sure to go and check that out as well. And otherwise, guys, like the video, subscribe to the channel, turn on notifications for all future uploads and all F1 content and otherwise other sports as well. And been very, very good speaking to all of you. Just finalizing up here, all of the cars making their way back to the grid. Reese, your thoughts on that practice session?
Yeah, I mean, very interesting. Still completely gobsmacked by Alex Albon's lap time there, putting himself in between Sergio Perez and Fernando Alonso in P3. I mean, hopefully he'll have yet again another great weekend.
Yeah, I'm really hoping to see a great weekend there for the Williams driver. Well, I'm currently on board with Alex Albon. Yeah, so start fairly, fairly well, and we'll see whether or not he can keep it up.
Keep that pace going, yes.
In practice 2, practice 3, and in qualifying, of course. So just setting up for the next stream, just to take you across there. Indeed. Reese, have a go at chatting with everybody.
Yes, just being spammed by Jothy there in the comments. Please don't spam us. What is your opinion between Charles and George? I mean, both very, very good drivers, both still very young into their Formula One careers, similar ages to Max, of course, in their early 20s. Charles has had a brilliant few seasons in Ferrari, specifically last season. I do think, though, last season showed us that he isn't necessarily mentally strong enough to take a world championship win just yet, because he did just crack under pressure in a few races. And George, we haven't really been able to see for George just yet how he is able to handle a championship, because he hasn't been in a championship contending car, but he has shown some streaks of pace in certain races. Also has shown a little bit of a temper with him and Verstappen colliding at one of the races, but we'll have to see what happens throughout the rest of the season and his career, of course.
Yeah, indeed, and we'll see what happens. There's just final clarification of the times. You can see it just to our left, or our right, I suppose, on your screen, to the left there. And we're going to prepare for practice 2. Thank you guys so much for watching. You're going to be redirected to our practice 2 session, so don't go anywhere. We'll go and quickly review the session, and we'll reconvene there. Thank you guys so much for watching, and thanks to Reese as well. And from myself, Mark, we're going to head on out. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.